Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 11 of the FIDE Candidates 2022 tournament. I am Women International Master Anna-Maja Kazarian, and alongside me, I have here Grandmaster Daniil Yuffa, and together we will be covering today's round. Daniil, how excited are you for today's round?
Well, to be honest, I'm starting to lose a little bit of my excitement throughout the whole tournament. Today is round 11, and the situation in terms of intrigue is simply just fizzling out because Caruana lost his game against Jan-Krzystof Duda in previous round, and Duda scored his first victory of the tournament. And meanwhile, Jan Nepomnyashchy making quick draws and even getting further from the runners-up.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday to follow the rounds very closely because as you do commentary on the rounds, you follow them much more closely. But I saw that yesterday there were some surprising results.
Yeah, so obviously nobody expected Duda to win against Fabiano, but Fabiano played quite a risky line in Giocopiano. And obviously nobody expected Rapport to lose with white pieces against Ding Liren because every loss with white pieces in such level of a tournament is quite unexpected. And yesterday we had quite a bloody day with 3 decisive games out of 4.
Wow. Yeah, now we see the standings and we can see that Jan Nepomnyashchy is on 7 points, 1.5 points ahead of the field. Now, this wouldn't be that big of a difference if it wasn't for the fact that there's only 4 more rounds left in the tournament. So he is in a quite comfortable spot. Shared second place is Fabiano Caruana with 5.5, Hikaru Nakamura as well as Ding Liren. So do you think there is a theory, like, do you think there's like even a remotely kind of chance for those three to surpass Jan Nepomnyashchy?
It's quite an interesting question because yesterday I had a small talk regarding the I don't know how to say it, so about the benefits of being second in this particular tournament because as we discussed previously, if Jan wins the tournament and regarding Magnus Carlsen's statement and his unwillingness to play nobody except Firouzja, so probably Nepomnyashchy would play a championship match against some of like this these tough nuts. So probably it's we've declared earlier that only the winner takes it all, but in this very specific circumstances, it can easily be that the second place also received the right to play the championship match, surprise, surprise, against the winner of this uh, particular tournament.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. So I personally don't think that Magnus is going to give up the title this easily, but obviously we'll have to wait till his final decision. But yeah, it feels a bit strange to be in a position like to be fighting for the second place. That feels a bit strange. But I certainly believe the players still believe for a chance because Jan is not taking any risks so far.
And it would be a pity for Fabiano because yesterday it was obvious that he was trying to find at least some chance to receive some counterplay. Obviously, he was playing for the victory with this sort of opening with black pieces. Yeah, I mean, regarding the fact that he opted for a quite risky line, as it turned out, and it would be a pity for him if he will not be able to take the second place, and then we will figure it out that Nepomnyashchy will play against the runner-up in this tournament. So if you are not chasing down the leader, you shouldn't go all in anyway. You just should pile up any points, any sort of chance, and to be as close as you can, but not necessarily going all in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So for today, we have Hikaru Nakamura against Richard Rapport. We have Ali Reza Firouzja against Jan Nepomnyashchy. By the way, I have to say that one in particular will be very interesting. I'm
Mhm.
not sure if you have heard about it, but apparently Alireza, after yesterday's game, when he lost against Hikaru, he played in the middle of the night an enormous amount of bullet games, 30 seconds online. So he did not sleep. Either he didn't sleep a lot, or he did not prepare a lot, or both. So
Pardon me, who it
that
was?
match is going to be very interesting.
Hikaru against.
Alireza.
So they played after their classical games. They decided to play a bit of blitz.
That was only Alireza. He decided after that game, he lost the game against Hikaru, and then
Mhm.
he played an enormous amount of games. I believe he had a match against Daniil Naroditsky of
Mhm.
250 bullet games.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's all. So yeah,
That's
he
a
was
bit.
playing
That's
for
a bit
hours
tilty.
in the middle of the night.
That's a bit tilty. So, well, I can understand that sort of approach, and for him not being able to fight even for the second place, the tournament is over in terms of like the result. But still, he has rating, and he is still probably number like in top five in the world. So
hmm
I believe he has to put his whole focus on the main tournament. But well, it's his right. I understand his emotions. He lost a very painful game yesterday against Hikaru, again in
hmm
Najdorf, and I believe that he wasn't in a good mood.
So yeah, I'm really curious to see how Alireza will do today. I think all eyes will be on that match today, not just because everyone is curious if Nepo will go for a draw or will he play aggressively, but also because of Alireza's bullet night last
Yeah,
night.
yeah, and I had to remember. Well, I believe Nepomnyashchy will not opt for anything risky. So,
hmm
according to the current standings, yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, it would be quite a strange decision to say the least to offer something risky. I believe if E4 then Petrov, because Alireza wasn't able to show up with any sort of creative idea in his game against Jan-Krzystof Duda, where they had Petrov as well. I think
hmm
it was a day of Petrov. It was Alireza against Duda and probably Jan with black against Hikaru. And I believe, yeah, Alireza also can start with D4, what he did against Caruana and he lost in Catalan. And well, I don't want to blame Alireza, but somehow I'm a bit surprised with his not quite high level of positional understanding. I mean, because twice he made kind of similar mistakes. It was in the first time it was against Jan when he traded the light square bishops voluntarily. He wasn't even asked for, so he took on f1. And yesterday he opted for the very risky position where the weakness of white squares just was proven quite convincingly by Hikaru.
hmm
And like
Okay.
and yesterday I think with Elizabeth we were joking that probably he has to start playing openings where the light squares are defended properly and you can only give up some dark squares. So probably like Caracan or French defense. It won't be a senseless approach. Of course we were kidding, but anyway, maybe
Maybe there's some truth to it.
yeah, like in every joke there is a little part of truth. It's true.
Absolutely. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this matchup. We also have Radjabov against Jan-Krzystof Duda, and finally we have Fabiano Caruana taking on Ding Liren. So very exciting pairings. I'm very curious to see how the top four will do, which is I think they're not really facing each other. No, they're not. So that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Caruana against Zing would be a very tense game, I believe.
Yeah.
And for Caruana, it's one of the fewest possible like options, fewest of possible chances to reach Yan. Like
Right. hmm
in contrary, if he does not, well, the tournament will be over for him as well in terms of fighting for the first place. But somehow I believe if Yan wins, I'm getting this sort of feeling more and more that Magnus will not be quite interested to play that sort of match. Well, I can understand Magnus partially, but again, I'm a bit puzzled with his like how those statements are connected with each other because his previous statement was that his main objective is to reach 2900 rating, and then
Hmm.
for some reason he declared he only wants to play against Alireza. For example, why not against Ding? While Ding has even higher rating than Alireza in terms of reaching 2900 rating, it's it's a little bit easier, obviously, in terms of rating.
Yeah, yeah, it's not so clear, and yeah, I think there's like some part of it is just joking around. We know that Magnus loves to like do some trolling here and there, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's joking around a little bit.
Hmm. Yeah, probably. Well, but like how nervous and how surprised the World Chess Society is with Magnus' statement, according to the contender, like whom he will play against and whom he will not play. So people are like starting biting their nails, looking at outstanding results of Jan Nepomnyashchy because obviously the chess society, like the chess fans, want to see a real championship match. I mean, a
Mm-hmm.
real in terms of like 12 games and etc. etc. And if
Mm-hmm.
there will be no match, I believe people will be pretty much upset with the fact.
Yeah, absolutely. And Magnus actually tweeted about Alireza's bullet adventure. Now that Alireza has gone back to his bullet roots, I'm sure he'll be inspired and win tomorrow. So I can sense like a little like joke around that tweet because obviously there's not much to play for Alireza, but a win would make the field really interesting. That for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I'm a bit surprised how often Magnus cheers up Alireza, like he's the only chess player in the world whom he will be happy to play against. Obviously, like in terms of the chess development, Alireza is even overcoming Magnus, like in terms of rating, obviously, but not in terms of results in candidates tournament because I believe 2013 was the first candidate tournament played by Magnus, and the first time he played, he won, and then the reigning world champion never gave his crown to anybody. So yeah, I'm a bit puzzled with his I would say habit of cheering up like one particular player because well it sounds a bit I see it a little bit disrespectful to mm, other players like Fabiano Caruana because Caruana is one of my favorite players like all
Hmm.
time. I believe he's like yeah, he's tremendous. He's just huge. He played 6-6 against Carlsen. Obviously, Carlsen is let's say Carlsen is a goat. I mean, obviously GOAT, and like he played 6-6 against the goat. And why Carlsen wants to play against Firouzja, against whom he has like plus 100 score approximately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I think it's there is some inside joke going on, or like I think Magnus is just joking around, and I wouldn't be surprised seeing how he's been doing on social media. I think yeah, I think he's just joking around. So yeah, time will tell what he actually means, and if he will still fight for the world championship title.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I agree that probably Magnus is just having fun, like not not able to play the candidates tournament for one very specific reason, and yeah, I believe he's just trolling. Probably, I tend to
Mm-hmm.
agree.
Absolutely. Shall we have a look at the games? The game started.
Yeah, probably yes.
Which game do we want to start with? Should we just start with the game that we have currently on the board?
Yes, we can. I just want to clarify whether it's Radjabov against Duda.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So we have double fianchetto, as it's said. I'm not quite familiar with the pronunciation of Italian words. Probably it's fianchetto.
I'm
Because
actually not sure either. I keep like mispronouncing it too, but I don't know what the correct one is.
yeah, I believe like Italians usually say ch like che, and
True.
so it's probably double fianchetto as we uh, concluded. And I think, yeah, with that kind of setup, Radjabov tried to avoid the direct theory. Probably Duda was well prepared against the Catalan,
Mm-hmm.
according to his setup with bishop e7. So I believe on against the normal setup with pawn on d4, he would rather take on d and c4, obviously. So that's a very tricky, very crafty, I would rather say, setup for white. And black has a plenty of ways how to develop their pieces as well. So I think b6 would be a symmetrical approach, would be quite, I mean, reasonable.
Absolutely, developing the bishop to b7, it's one of the very few squares it can develop to. Sometimes you can even play bishop a6 to put pressure on the pawn on c4, but typically the bishop goes to b7 and then knight b to d7, and yeah, a very normal and healthy position.
Hmm.
So I do like White's approach to this position, keeping the move d4 still in the air. So this bishop on b2 is now not blocked by the pawn,
Hmm.
um, and that could give some benefits later on. Maybe he'll consider playing d3 instead of d4.
Yeah, it can be easily. Like b6, the one of the fewest drawbacks of move b6 is while your bishop will stand on b7, white will probably take on d5 and ask you which piece or pawn you'll take on d5. So at least it will open up some questions for black in terms of pawn structure. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I can't even say that's a drawback because the other line apart from b6 is to play c5, like potentially aiming d4. Let's say if castle, then d4, and with bishop on b2, I believe white just lost a tempo because this position may occur after, like without the bishop on b2. So it can be like this: g3,
Mm-hmm.
c5, like bishop g2. You can play d4, and then the game goes on further. So this is a theoretical position 100%, but with the bishop on b2, it's a semi waste of tempo or semi tempo. Pardon me, like
Mm-hmm.
to say a bit precisely. So I believe after c5, mm, in that way, I believe c takes d5 will be taken, and probably
Mm-hmm.
knight will sorry, black will take with the knight in d5 because if e takes d5, then d4, and white received more or less a pleasant setup with an isolated pawn on d5 and the bishops on b2 g2, which the modern theory says probably this setup is the best in terms of fighting against the like isolated pawn. And after knight d5, I may recall a pair of games of Hikaru Nakamura. It's like castle, knight c6, d4, and I believe c takes d4, knight d4, bishop d7 is one of the main lines.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember I've prepared against one Spanish player in on the recent tournament, and he made a draw with black pieces in Gibraltar Masters against Hikaru himself. And that's why I decided not to opt for this line because he knows theory pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. Yeah, this could very well happen on the board. But yeah, there's several lines that you could opt for, and yeah, I think most of the times white will have a pleasant position because the development is much easier and much more clear, and it's always difficult for black to deal with the light squared bishop. I feel like,
Hmm.
and the lack of space in general.
Yeah, obviously. And if you start with c7, c6, you give some sort of flexibility for white so they can choose their own setup as they want. So as you said, d2, d3 would be quite a reasonable option, followed up with knight
Mm-hmm.
bd2 and then e4 ideas. So white has a space advantage if you play c6. And in that sense, c7, c5, like fighting against some kind of uh, like fighting against the shortage of space would be quite reasonable. like
Mm-hmm.
expanding a bit on the queen side, playing c5 and putting the knight on c6.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
All right. So, but I'm a bit curious why Duda still takes his time, because I believe this position has to be familiar to him.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because it's not very complex and it's very well known. It's very typical to play this, and there's not like a lot of options, you know. Like as you mentioned, there's c5 and b6, and I guess there's also knight b2 d7, but that really doesn't change much and do much. So um, yeah, it's interesting why he's spending time here. Like, he probably did not expect this line, but even then, it's still surprising that he's spending his time here because you can't do much wrong here. I feel like.
You know, even d takes c4, b takes c4, c5 has some sense, because
Yeah.
we avoid c takes d5, and I believe computer still says it's around equal, but obviously most of us would probably take white to play because of the center and a little bit, at least optically better pawn structure.
Hmm.
Well, we will figure it out further. I believe we've got a bit more interesting games in terms of the current standings. For example, Caruana
Hmm.
Ding or Alireza Nepomnyashchy.
Yeah, let's have a look at Alireza Nepomnyashchy. I am curious how that game is like because yeah, it could be the case that we're gonna see either. I mean, given the fact that Nepomnyashchy has been playing very safe, I'm expecting like either a very short draw or like a really long game that could go anywhere because Alireza is so far in the tournament he has been determined to like go for the win and he was not going for draws whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
So we have the Petrov indeed. This line looks very interesting for white because white is very actively
Mhm.
plays with the pieces.
C4 is played.
Oh.
Well, I'm not very familiar with C4, and I'm trying to realize what's wrong with normal bishop E7. So I believe that's just another like topic of discussion, but I'm just
Mm-hmm.
curious, like what was. I mean, like I know C4 is a well played move, and it's been like it's in a full practice. So I think more than 1,000 games already played in C4.
I think it's perfectly fine. I'm guessing the move d3 should be considered after bishop e7.
So we still have to kick out the knight on E4.
Mm-hmm. And then you simply proceed with d4.
Mm-hmm. Because, you know, in that sense, if we receive that sort of position, I don't believe knight c6 is the option that is kind of obligatory. So you can develop your
Mm-hmm.
knight to d7. And after d4 castle, let's say bishop d3, or I don't know, knight c3, maybe knight c3 is a bit flexible to just to face bishop g4 with bishop e2.
Mm-hmm.
So knight c3, and then black has a plenty of options.
Right, yeah.
Still, like I would expect bishop g4, bishop e2, knight bd7, because somehow I
Mm-hmm.
believe knight on bd7 is not placed like better or worse, just it's normally placed on d7 as well. Well, knight c6 is a normal move, I believe. Like Nepomnyashchy
Yeah.
knows what he does. d5, like the most obvious like pros for white is that they've already pushed d4, d5, and they have a little space advantage. But these sort of positions with these pawn structures tend to be quite complicated because, like, personally, it reminds me some sort of King's Indian, where you can put your knight to d7, to then to c5, play a5, play g6, and then bishop f6, bishop g7, and
Mm-hmm.
receive just a flawless setup.
Yeah, that
And
looks really good and I mean, white is a very active
Mhm.
setup too, but the bishops, especially the light squared bishop, I'm failing to see how that could be activated without that it can be traded off. I mean, I
Not
guess
really.
it depends if you play bishop d3, if black would take it or no, because the knight on e5 is pretty strong as well.
Well, I believe black has to solve the issue with the lack of space, and the rules says that um, if you have a little shortage of space, you have to get rid of any sort of pieces.
Mm-hmm. True. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I'm not quite convinced with bishop g4, f3, bishop d7, because somehow f3 I was considering like voluntarily for white, and bishop g4 could be just a waste of tempo. Well, probably there is a strong reason behind it. So he played c6 already, castle, so he tries to open up the center as soon as possible. Maybe it has a clear sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't know what was wrong with c6 at once. Probably d takes c6 or f4, and then the pawn is hanging. So firstly, he decided to provoke f3 and put the bishop on d7 to prepare c6. Yeah, it has a perfect sense. Now I start to.
Yeah, maybe like after bishop d7, he feels comfortable doing this, and now that you provoked f3, the pawn is not on a great square, and for example, the e3 square is weakened, the diagonal towards the king is weakened, so I'm guessing that that is the idea behind this, and we don't really mind f4 that much
Mhm.
because we can simply move the knight to a safe square like g6.
Yeah, that's true. Still, somehow, I believe Nepomnyashchy will be blitzing out everything.
Could be very much the case, yeah.
Like, let's say, I would expect the most stubborn play: c takes d5, pawn takes, and a6. Like,
Mm-hmm.
probably you'll play a4, and I play rook c8, just to create some sort of jumps on c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess after queen b3, you can still play queen c7.
Hmm. Yeah, most
So
likely.
it's really difficult to avoid knight c4.
Yeah, I can also opt for some active play, and also queen a5 gives me an opportunity of transferring the bishop to b6. That's a very common idea in that sort of structures.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how we can arbitrate, how we can judge, how we can evaluate this position. White has a little space advantage, and they
Mm-hmm.
should avoid any kind of trades, especially, um, well, any kind of trades, I believe. So, mm, in general, they want to put their bishop on e3, probably to f2,
Mm-hmm.
play a5, like play knight c2 or knight b3, and then like probably bishop b6, and then double connect the rooks and just crash. And black is the side who's trying to get rid of this of one pair of minor pieces, just to have some like breathing room for their forces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems like a very good idea, and yeah, it's very difficult to see where black's play is. There's very little space for the pieces, and it's difficult to see like what could black even try. So I feel like the idea that you had with rook c8 and trying to put the knight on c4 is one of the best ideas in the position. But other than that, it's really hard to see. Perhaps there could be an idea for yeah, perhaps putting the bishop on g7 is a good idea by playing rook e8, bishop f8, g6, and bishop g7. At least make use of the fact that you can put the bishop on this diagonal, and it's typically a very well placed there.
Hmm. Yeah, indeed. That's my favorite piece ever. Bishop on
Have
g7, you know?
you considered playing the dragon?
No, like I'm playing King's Indian maybe for
Mm.
like 14 consecutive years since I was
Oh
a child.
wow.
And like most of my chess friends say that I'm freaking out, but I'm trying to prove them wrong. Like, like even Nepomnyashchy like joked once like at me when I believe, yeah, we had a small talk after one of my games during European Club Cup, and there like he told that there has been an ancient Emperor Midas who turned out everything in a gold, and there has been me who turned out everything in a King's Indian. So yeah, now I'm trying to receive King's Indian setup in pretty much every position.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I have I have similar. I mean, I have like a similar like appreciation for like the French, but everyone hates it. So I
Hmm.
always have to convince people that the French is a great opening, but yeah, it's a hard time. It's one of the most hated openings.
Well, like it's a bit controversial and it's not being practiced quite much for a while,
Hmm.
but I believe, like, for example, previously some players like Korchnoi, then some like strong players like of the modern years, for example, Rapport, they used to practice French defense with black pieces and had just an outstanding results indeed.
Yeah, you also have Meyer, Georg Meyer, a really
Yeah, yeah,
strong grandmaster from Germany, also playing the French. So yeah, huge fan, of course.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so far no moves in this game. And looks like it's going to take some time as well. Players are spending their time.
Hmm.
Want to check on the other games?
Yeah, let's take a look. Why not?
Let's see if there's
We've
some
got a plenty of
interesting.
time.
Oh, I see that there's something really interesting going on at Fabiano against Ding Liren.
Oh, holy cow! How did the knight come to g7? All right,
Shouldn't be possible, but.
yeah, just from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
With I believe it was anti-martial. No, yeah, rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castle, then a4.
Mm-hmm.
That's the line that's been played in, I believe, Nepomnyashchy against Carlsen, the World Championship match, the first game.
I
There is
believe
a,
so,
I
yeah.
believe there is a funny move of d5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, d5 is pretty much always possible, and
Like something like that. You take on e4,
oh
b takes
wow.
d6, and bishop g4. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a line with some knight c3 or rook a4 move.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still pretty much a position to play. If I'm not going crazy.
It looks pretty reasonable to me. I mean, it's crazy. It's a crazy position, but it doesn't look like lost or anything like that.
Yeah, yeah. For example, there is a I believe it's famous Gajewski line with
Mm-hmm.
c3, d5, e takes d5, knight a5. So it is also a line to play, I believe. Well, again, if I'm not going crazy. There is some sort of knight a5 ideas. Maybe not exactly there, but all right. So yeah, just don't mind. I've been talking trash. A4, bishop b7, d3, d6, bishop d2. Well, that's they've transposed to the line that I believe Grishuk played against maybe Aronian and 2018 candidates.
Mm,
So the purpose of bishop d2 is to avoid knight a5. Like,
yeah.
and that's a very nice line. And for example, if I play white, I would opt for this particular line against the Ruy Lopez. Queen d7, knight c3, knight a5, bishop a2, before knight e2, and then uh, it, we can point out that the bishop on d2 is quite a useful piece because in other positions with bishop on c1, black has an idea to push b4, b3 to stuck the bishop on a2 or force white to trade the bishop for a knight and destroy the pawn structure. So c5, knight g3, rook b8, knight h4. So Caruana clearly shows off his intentions. He wants to just to crush his opponent, to checkmate him. G6, bishop h6. I believe it's still a theory for him. He's not out of the book. Knight f5, bishop d8, knight g7. And I'm curious who was the first who took his time. Rook f8, and then h3. That's a very peculiar position with the knight on g7.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's interesting because I mean it's very annoying for black, but it also stops white's attack pretty much because how do you proceed here? All the squares are covered pretty much by pieces on the king side of black, so it's hard to see how you can like continue. So that's why I think Fabiano played h3 to stop knight g4 move at least. And I think after this he will slowly proceed with the attack because he's controlling almost all the squares.
Mhm. Well, but this pawn structure is quite playable for both sides. Yeah, obviously I would pick white,
Hmm.
but the question is how like we will proceed if we are white. For example, black can still try out this b4 b3 idea, like
Hmm.
starting with b3 immediately and almost forcing us to take with the bishop, I believe. Because if pawn takes, then we play bishop c6 or bishop a8 or even knight c6.
And you're dominating on the b4 or d4 square.
Well, sort of. Still, it's not like absolutely clear, but like
Hmm.
b3 is the move to consider.
Hmm. It looks really nice. Perhaps black could also consider playing bishop c7 and d5. Because yeah, I feel like once you get the move d5 in a position, black will be able to create an attack on the king side as well. As bishop on d7 will become very strong.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true indeed. Yeah, bishop c7 looks quite reasonable, unless there is some like direct refutation of this line, but I don't see.
Hmm. Maybe f4.
Oh, you're in a very attacking mood today. I didn't even consider f4 to be honest.
Well, to be fair, you cannot recapture the pawn on f4, so I'm playing with fire, you know.
Well, let's figure it out. It looks quite interesting.
Can we play knight g3 to f5?
Yeah, just go all in. That's what I like.
Not very like confident about my chances, but it can get crazy. And yeah, there's very few pieces on the king side of black, so that gives me a bit of hope. But yeah.
Yeah, with a little luck, you can play an evergreen game in that manner. So yeah, like after knight g3 f5, like folks, I believe all of us will not even consider taking on f5 for some reason. Maybe there is no reason at all, but like psychologically, g takes f5 is probably the last move to consider in this position because this g7 knight it's like a guillotine knife, so you never know when he will drop down on your head. So after knight g3 f5, yeah, I would rather keep keep things safe and opt for something like, well, yeah, the position is crazy. Still, I believe before b3 has to be played in some line.
Hmm.
Just to
Yeah.
get just to get rid of this activity.
Yeah, and then like you're always going to win that pawn back because this bishop on a2 it will be so bad if you keep the pawn on b3, and it's difficult to see how the bishop will be able to improve if the b3 pawn remains there.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think b3 is a very logical move, but it needs to be timed precisely. Like you might like otherwise miss some other things in the
Yeah,
position.
certainly.
Hmm.
Well, I still predict b3 played it once. But bishop c7 has a clear sense, so I believe Ding just chooses between those options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously you cannot capture the pawn a4 because of the discovery check on f7 with bishop takes f7, so that cannot be considered.
Yeah, you mean um
Queen takes a4 right away.
yeah, obviously. All
Yeah,
right.
sometimes people might feel inclined to play b3 themselves because like they think the pawn is hanging on a4, but yeah, the pawn on a4 is just fine, funnily enough.
No, obviously black will not consider any sort of queen e4. Like
Mm-hmm.
normally b3 or c4 could be the plans.
Mm-hmm.
I would consider c4 if there has been anything direct, like in terms of attacking the pawn on e4. But like c4, I'm just a bit curious if whether it works or not.
Yeah, maybe you can put the bishop on b6. It's not
Yeah.
a bad idea.
That's why probably white will take with the bishop and secure the
Mm-hmm.
extra pawn. Because if d takes c4, then bishop b6, then we put our bishop to c5 and claim that we are even better because your bishop on e2 is not a piece at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But okay, c4 somehow intuitively looks a bit shaky. b3 is
Mm-hmm.
played.
Ah, you guessed the move.
Well, once again, it's not about guessing. Like I know like the very basic patterns in this sort of
Mm-hmm.
structures positions. So it's clear anti-martial and like white's attack is quite dangerous to be frank. And b3 is a sort of move that you make without any deep think. So you just go for it and then play. Like, but b3 is a very logical option. I believe Caruana has to react quickly, like not showing any sort of doubts and
Mm-hmm.
like and or any sort of uncertain knowledge. So bishop b3 or c takes b3 will be played. Maybe bishop b3 even.
Yeah, it would be a pity for white to take with the bishop, but yeah, the thing is maybe maybe you can even play c takes b3 and then simply sacrifice the pawn by playing b4.
Yeah, that's one of the ideas. I agree. Probably even
Mm-hmm.
c takes b3 is even smarter than trading the bishop. And like you have uh, quite a lot of moves like bishop a8, knight c6.
Mm-hmm.
So ideally, you want to be in time to put your bishop on b4, but I believe nobody will allow you to do so. Knight c6, b4, as you said, probably should be played.
Mm-hmm.
Like knight b4, because there is no reason to distract the pawn chain in the center, and knight b4 leaves a weak b2 pawn in the white's camp. So bishop c4, and then yeah, it's getting very curious because d5 is also an idea for black just to open up the bishop on b7 and create some counter attacking threats.
True.
It could be the position.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, white's position looks really funny, of course, with the knight on g7, but I'm failing to see how white can proceed the attack now. Like, you really want to like get moves in like h4, h5, but you don't have time for this because first of all, there's knight g4 in a position, and second of all, capturing the pawn g6 will not be as powerful if the bishop is not open anymore on a2. So yeah, I do like b3, and I think it ruins the white's plans a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, Caruana went like rather tactically than strategically, because like if black will be able to like tie down all the threads, just hold down, and I believe they will be just better with this knight on g7. So white has to be very, very quick in this position, otherwise they are just worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and there's like a lot of tension in the center. I feel like, I mean, yeah, if you take on b3, the d4 square will also be weakened, and yeah, I think yeah, unless the position will be opened, knights will become very interesting in this game.
Yeah, obviously, all pieces. Yeah, and this knight on g7 looks a bit ambiguous. So on the one hand, it's quite close to the opponent's king and like protects some sort of squares like e8, creates some threat like knight gf5. But on the other hand, it's potentially a weak piece because the bishop on h6 is tied down to protect it.
Mm-hmm.
So white has a little lack of mobility of minor pieces.
Yeah, and you could also consider playing bishop b1 here, but I don't feel like it's that good of an option because black will simply take on c2. Black wouldn't mind taking that pawn,
Mhm.
and I feel like bishop b1 would just waste a move. Doesn't do much, and you would keep. We want to keep the bishop on a2. This bishop on b1 is not doing much anytime soon. So yeah, just to point out to the audience that bishop b1 is probably not very senseless to play.
Mhm. Yeah, the other option for black in terms of logics is to play g5 after c takes b3, because in any case white has to give up the pawn to activate the bishop. Then we take on b4 and still create threat of b4, b3.
Mm-hmm.
So c takes b3, g5 is also an option, like intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this game probably will be one of the most interesting.
I think so too. It's already very exciting, and I honestly like, even though White's position looks very interesting with the knight on g7 and bishop on h6, somehow I believe in the d5 pawn march, and yeah, if the position opens up, I feel like black has great chances to
Mhm.
gain an advantage.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, we lacked a bit of attention on Nakamura against Rapport game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's have a look how that game started. We haven't seen that game yet, so let's find out.
Wow. So
Oh,
finally
Sveshnikov?
Sveshnikov and Bishop g5. Well, I was a bit curious because like normally Bishop g5 is a line is not that popular as knight d5 these days.
Yeah, Bishop g5 used to be the main line, but these days knight d5 is popular. I believe it was Fabiano Caruana that played this knight d5 move
Yeah, you're
recently.
right. Yeah, in the World
And
Championship match.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Rook b8 instead of Bishop g5. This is somewhat I'm not like very familiar with, but knight c2, bishop g5 could be a kind of transposition. I believe there is a line of bishop g5 first, knight
Yeah.
c2 and knight e7, and black is trying to get rid of the knight as soon as possible. Like white can play knight cb2, and
Mm-hmm.
then I believe still bishop e6 is the move. Like if I'm not mistaken. Am I?
I think this is a decent line. Yeah, there's several lines in this position.
or even castling a4.
Mm-hmm.
It's like take on a4, rook a4, and then play a5. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a very playable position.
Mm-hmm.
But Caruana opted for more or less a safe line in Sveshnikov. I believe
Mm-hmm.
he had at least a single idea, otherwise it's been just played with no reason.
Yeah, I think the idea of move rook b8 is that after a move like a4, you can play b4. I think this is pretty typical move in the Sveshnikov, and it can be pretty annoying because you open up the you open up, yeah, you want to play queen a5 at some point perhaps, and maybe you take on d5 with the bishop. There's all sorts of ideas in this position, and yeah, b4 is one of them.
Yeah, obviously. So white castled and knight e7 is played. So it's going to be some sort of transposition to the lines.
Hmm.
All the time I was very curious why white is opting for that sort of lines. Because d5 square is not that weak as it appears to be. Because
True.
black has a pair of bishops. So, for example, knight c3, the move being played, like bishop e3 can be a response, then bishop goes to e6 and queen goes to b6, and white has pretty much nothing.
Yeah, and yeah, I play this line myself, but every time I play it, I feel very unhappy because of the amount of counterplay that black has. Black can play f5, black can get rid of the knights, and soon gain control of the d5 square again. And there's also attack on the queen side, so yeah, it's not so very pleasant opening, I feel like, for white. And yeah, despite the fact that you have the square d5 accessible, you cannot really do much with it. Like, you have this weakness on d6, but how do you attack it if you keep the knight on d5 and if it's being captured as well? It's quite difficult to see how white can like gain an advantage early on.
Okay, let's let's take us back to old but gold habits. Let's predict a move.
um So I'm thinking bishop e6, but I'm not sure what happens after f4. I'm guessing you can simply retreat, take and retreat, or just play bishop h6 right away.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if you're happy with that bishop on h6. I would be slightly concerned, but maybe it's fine. I think this is my guess.
Pretty fair guess. Yeah, but bishop h6 is somewhat common in
Mm-hmm.
Sveshnikov, so it's not the first time I see him. I see this
Yeah.
piece on h6, so I believe
Mm-hmm.
it's not quite a big issue. I was a bit more concerned with knight takes e7, queen takes e7, knight d5,
Mm-hmm.
and then like normally black tries to invent that um, sort of plan playing queen b7. Like if you allow me to take with the bishop and you will take with the pawn, black is simply better because
Mm-hmm.
they no more have the weak pawn on d6, and in this particular position, I believe black is just better.
Mm-hmm.
So knight e7 is not a move at all, and after bishop e6, I'm a bit concerned what white should play. Probably they have knight e7, queen e7, knight f5. This is somewhat tricky.
Yeah. Because you don't want to take on f5, but you're kind of forced to
Normally
do
no.
that.
Normally no.
Yeah.
I can start out right out with queen d7, forcing you to take with the knight, because if queen takes
Okay.
there is bishop f5. So you take with the knight, and I'll try to be sneaky playing g6. Like my clear is quite my threat is quite clear. I'll play rook fd8 on almost every single move, no matter what.
So I guess you have to play f4 then.
Hmm. But then there is fire on board, so I can opt for many opportunities. So, for example, pawn takes, I play bishop e7.
Yeah, now I can play e5 this time.
Yeah, you can play e5, that's true indeed. I play rook fd8. And you have some sort of move like f5.
Mm.
Which doesn't make me feel depressed, but still I'm a bit puzzled how to proceed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just a crazy position. I can play bishop c4. You cannot take on c4 because of queen a7 check. So probably you retreat somewhere there. Yeah, bishop e6 is a very natural opportunity, very natural move, but white still has some sort of ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, I think black should be fine here. If anything, you can always recapture the pawn with bishop takes d6.
Because like positionally speaking, after bishop f5, he takes f5, white probably achieved something.
Mm-hmm.
Like the bishop goes to d5, then some a3, b4 ideas. Like this bishop on g5 is a bit useless, it looks like.
Yeah, it's hard to make use of this bishop. You want to place a bishop on c5 instead, but it will be very difficult. You're able to play bishop d8 and bishop b6, but it's a long road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like let's sum up and declare that this position is slightly better for white.
Yeah, I agree.
Bishop e6 is played indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is not a lot of logical options instead of 97, 95. If he wants to keep the tension on the board, he has to opt for f4, as you said, and then bishop h6. I believe e takes f4 is not necessary. We can take it on almost every single move.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only thing that bothering me is after knight e7, queen e7, there is still some knight f5 or knight g4 ideas.
Right.
But even there, you can take on g4 without any confuse and play b4. I mean, with the opposite color bishops, I believe there is nothing to make any sort of attack with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this bishop can safely go to g7, and
Mhm.
it's more or less like I mean, not very close, but like it feels a little bit symmetrical in some way.
Mhm. And it reminds me King's Indian.
And we will have Daniil very happy. So
Yeah. That's why,
it should be on the board.
yeah, I love Sveshnikov, I like King's Indian. And for example, if I play neither and I'm allowed to take on d5 and force white to take with the pawn, like I can almost score 0-1 in my sheet of paper.
Wow.
Oh yeah, of course I'm making fun of it, but this is how I feel after I receive something pleasant for me.
No, of course. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Let's see if will actually be on the board. That would be funny. But I mean, it's kind of bound to happen, right? Like, where's this bishop heading to otherwise? Like, maybe I mean, worst case, I mean, it's possible that bishop takes e3 might happen as well. I don't think black will be very unhappy to trade this bishop for a knight.
Yeah, obviously not.
So yeah.
Like if we say if white makes some move like h4, alongside with bishop h6, we can take on e3, pretty much forcing to take with the knight, and play queen c7 or queen b6, maybe queen c7. If you play f4, I have a lot of moves, but I would stay on f6 rather.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very solid position. Black has an active pawn like b4, b5, b4, and if white play c4, black is just doing super good, putting their knight on d4 square.
Mm-hmm.
So in 10 games out of 10, I would pick black to play.
Yeah, honestly, me too. Especially since I've played this line so many times with white pieces, and every single time I was so upset. So yeah, I would also like to see this how this will turn out with the black pieces. I've played this line with the black pieces too, but not too often. So I'm not like very like much of an expert. But obviously like the ideas are very like straightforward. You want to push f5 too at some point, etc.
Mhm. Like I see this position in a bit different manner. So voluntarily f7, f5, it has like some pros and cons at the same time, because you're giving up the light squares, but you're opening up an f file and create some sort of active play on the king side. But like I'm all the time I'm trying to play this sort of position in a strategical, in the positional manner, and all the time I'm considering some sort of ideas like queen d7, like taking the knight on d5, then let's say, yeah, just I don't know, like taking the knight, just putting the bishop to b6. I believe we are not in hurry to play f7, f5. White has to
Hmm.
show off with some play because in the long run, I think black is better
Hmm.
because of the pair of bishops and because of vulnerability of white's pawn structure. d6 is not a real weakness because white doesn't have a black squared bishop to attack it. So they have a kind of beautiful horsey on d5, but I can't say it's like uh, due to this knight white has an advantage. Like it's an only of it's a very few, like white has a few advantages, few like benefits of their position, and one of them is a empty square in d5, but that's like probably the one of the only ones.
Hmm. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and I agree. I agree. It's a good idea to go for the positional play rather than going very aggressive.
Yeah, so Rapport probably he needs to calm down a little bit, especially after yesterday's loss against Ding. And somehow I believe he'll be doing great in this game unless he freaks out. So I expect Rapport to cause some sort of unpleasant moments for Hikaru.
Hmm.
Yeah, frankly speaking, there is nothing to be worried about with White if they start to trade all the pieces immediately. And that's what Hikaru did. He took on e7. Yeah,
Okay.
I believe queen e7 will be played just to keep bishop e3 threat in the air.
Hmm. And you'll have to play knight d5 if, or f4 maybe.
Maybe he has to be a bit concerned with f4. But if
Mm.
f4, black also has an option to play queen a7, force white to protect the knight somehow, let's say queen d2, and then you can play bishop e7 or bishop d8. I believe bishop d8 is not a bad decision at all.
Hmm. Yeah, and the bishop will be able to go to b6, and it will be very annoying for
Mhm.
white at least.
Yeah, it's just an option.
Hmm.
Even that there is nothing wrong with bishop e7 after knight e7. But knight takes e7 is a very clever move, just to define the position and ask black which piece they're willing to take.
Hmm.
So we can move to another games. And we've got a nice topic of discussion about
Mhm.
the wealthiest chess players in the world.
Yeah, recently there was an article published about Hikaru Nakamura allegedly having a net worth of $50 million.
Hmm.
Um, and I actually, I'm not sure how long ago, but some time ago, maybe like weeks or months ago, Hikaru actually made a video where he went through the top 10 wealthiest chess players. And he actually made own comments like if this is like accurate or not. And it was really funny to see that he was like, this is completely nonsense, makes no sense. And in the list he was number one, of course. And he was like, yeah, that's far from true. So I mean, I'm not sure if ever since things have changed, because they still claim that uh, yes, I believe like I believe the article still says that he has $50 million of net worth.
Hmm.
Um, but in his video, I believe he mentioned that it's 10 times less, if not even lesser. So
Well, maybe he just hesitates to claim, like to confirm that his net worth is $50 million, just not to attract any additional attention from the tax officers, from the tax authorities. And yeah, that's actually a very interesting topic of the speech. It's been an article written in the famous Spanish
hmm
newspaper El País, which literally means the country. And the article made by, I think, like a famous meme guy. Like I believe most of like the meme lovers know him as a meme guy
hmm
with the quotes and like outstanding move, I believe. So I just want to open up his name. His name is Leoncho Garcia, and he's
hmm
being like a newspaper writer and a journalist more than like 30 years. So he's quite an experienced journalist, and he's famous for his chess articles since the very beginning. Yeah, and well, like $50 million net worth. Like we have to claim that most of the money being earned by like the donations, the fundraisers, the sponsors who are fond of of his streams on chess.com. I
hmm
believe in comparison to the most earnings, only the tiny part was earned in the tournaments. And
hmm
and recently he was uh, he was the guy who bring $130,000 in for the aim of for Ukrainian army.
hmm
So it's been a great idea mm, made by Kirill Shevchenko, young Ukrainian player,
hmm
our colleague, to ask Hikaru to make a charity stream, and they've raised 130,000 bucks. So it's a pretty big amount in any terms. So yeah, so here Hikaru's streaming skills and his chess skills obviously made him just a very wealthy player, to say the least.
hmm
Well, so I believe you're doing the right thing in terms of earning money. Just
Yeah, it's really difficult to only play like tournaments. I mean, obviously, like many chess players have other income sources, whether that's from like a full-time job or like part-time job. But also chess players are like obviously like giving lessons, have students that they're coaching. And yeah, another way is to start streaming. So. But it is very difficult as a streamer in general, I feel like, because if you do not belong to the top, you're not earning a lot. Like it's not possible to like live from this basically, unless you're Hikaru, unless you're the Bota sister. So there's like very few people that like make a lot of money, and most of the streamers are not making a lot of money. So, but it is definitely like a great like other income source. And yeah, it's I mean, in the new days it's very like you really need to like think of new ideas to create make money. And especially in chess, like because there's so few, like very little money to be won. It's good to look for other ways, because otherwise it's impossible to invest in playing tournaments.
Yeah, indeed. So playing chess is not the best thing in order to earn, in order to
Mm-hmm.
become wealthier. But yeah, obviously, like in any other kind of sports, you have to be on the very top to be one
Mm-hmm.
that can declare that he earns money like only like thanks to the chess. So I believe I'm very curious whether Nakamura is wealthier than Magnus, because like Magnus net worth has different estimations, and just to mention his, I believe like his the market cap of his project Play Magnus is around more or less $1 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow.
Maybe less. I've stopped following them, but I believe they already had $100 million, maybe just a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, it is estimated to be $8 million, but I highly doubt, like I'm pretty sure it's more than that, because he has won so many chess tournaments. And also like I'm pretty sure like he has like sponsors that pay a lot. So yeah, it's those sources I think are not very reliable, which mention those numbers. But yeah, it's still obviously like a lot of money. But yeah, considering that the number one chess player is estimated to have $8 million, it's basically saying that if you're not, like top 10, it's already like pretty shaky.
Yeah. So like you can spend some months starving, just eating bread and drinking water. Like, well, somehow I believe recently there has been a little increase in terms of the prize money. So, for
Hmm.
example, in World Rapid and Blitz, the winners, mm, they earn pretty decent money if they're like in top like 20 at least. So
Hmm.
there is something to fight for, but we have to say that the competition, the level of competition is like enormously high. It's just like in the World Rapid and Blitz, usually out of 100 top players, 65 plays at least, maybe 70. So you play among the best.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's a very rough tournament. I also played a World Rapid and Blitz in Poland, and it's a very tough competition. Almost every like top player is playing there. And there's also like the hotel and like the flights and tickets and stuff are not being paid for whatsoever. So like you have to fund that yourself. And yeah, it's hard to invest in that, because I mean, personally, it's for me it was really difficult to expect that I would win any prize money. And like sometimes the prize money also, like if you win, it also doesn't cover what you spend, so it's not really like profitable.
Yeah, obviously. Well, I have an objective this year. I'm aiming to take a prize or in Blades or in Rapids, but according to my current shape, I believe like maybe I have some chances in Blitz.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's
funnily enough, I did not grade in Blitz at all.
neither me, but I've been struggling with the pairings because all the time, for example, I think I lost to Rapport in round two after drawing against the Vidantol in round one, And after I lost to Rapport in round two, I've got Artemiev who had 28-36. So I won against Artemiev, and all the time, if you're like you have 50% score, with my rating was pretty low, like in terms of that tournament. So all the time I
Mm-hmm.
was having 2700 player like in 50% group. For example, after winning Artemiev, I believe like in the very next round or one round later, I played against Wojtaszek. So I had almost a super tournament in the first day of the Blitz.
Oh wow. Yeah, I did relatively well in rapid, but blitz was not great. My first round was amazing. I was so happy I won my because like I'm lower rated and I was paired in the on the higher board, so I beat a woman grandmaster, but after that it went all south.
Yeah, that's a
And I
very
ended up
tough
losing
tournament.
rating while having a lower blitz rating, so that was really bad.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a great experience in any case, and it's a quite expensive trip too. Okay, not too bad because it's only a few days, but considering that you're not winning a prize, like most likely, it makes it really difficult to play.
Well, we have to to conclude that the chess is mostly about the pleasure, not about the
Yeah,
money. And
yeah.
only like the most luckiest earn some money. Well, not the most luckiest, but still there's a tiny part of luck, like in every good result. Even in Nepomnyashchy's current performance, having 7 out of 10, he had a bad position against Caruana, he had a bad position against Nakamura. Rapport declined a draw twice. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like basically you cannot win that the tournament of that level without any luck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. There's definitely like some luck that involved, and it helps a lot to be a little bit lucky. I mean, obviously, like they do say that those who are very skilled also are like they get lucky because of their skills. So
Hmm.
there is also some truth to that.
Yeah, that's true, indeed. Well, having a nice small talk, maybe we can switch back to the chess.
Let's do it. Let's see. So for some reason, Rapport has not made a move yet.
It looks a little bit controversial because now we realize after queen e7, f4, the line we've been briefly, well, investigating would be a allowed word for it, but after bishop g8, king h1, bishop b6, white can make any kind of a move. Yeah, it's still not that clear because pawn on d6 is a target, and most likely not even queen takes d6 is a threat. White can play rook a or rook f e1 probably, or even knight c2. And then their idea is to play f5 s6. So
Mm-hmm.
black still has to be a bit attentive with the threats on the king side. So that's why the bishop on h6 is even more useful the bishop than the bishop on d8 in some lines, because it prevents
Mm-hmm.
f4, f5 moves. Bishop e7 can be also taken, I believe. Well, but this position has to be around equal.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like black did nothing wrong to be worse, and
Yeah.
this bishop g5 line in Sveshnikov doesn't have a great reputation to say the least. Like after a6, knight a3, b5, I believe one of the uh, most interesting approaches in my point of view is to play the one knight a b1
Mm-hmm.
and then take on f6, play knight e5, and play knight c3. So that's the idea. But like if you play knight d5, bishop e7 takes and play c3, it means your knight never goes to c3 anymore. And yeah, that's just a very well-known position, and there is nothing wrong with it, especially uh, because usually white is opting for Rossolimo instead of Sveshnikov playing bishop b5. And personally, I've started playing Sveshnikov and I was expecting to have some Sveshnikov on the board in recent like tournaments. I played in Sharjah and European individual, and I had 8 games out of 8 only Rossolimo, no Sveshnikov.
Wow, that is really impressive.
Yeah, obviously I feel a bit depressed because I like Yerusalima less than Sveshnikov. There is
Yeah.
the positions are not like they're very not they're not similar at all.
Yeah, I think every like Sicilian player hates the Rosalimo.
Yeah, with black pieces obviously.
hmm
Right, so knight e7 is played and black has like bishop e7 and queen e7 both probably work well for black. I expect queen e7 to be a bit more natural and precise at the same time.
hmm
And let's take a look at Alireza game against Jan. We shouldn't disrespect the leader of the tournament.
No, absolutely. Let's have a look how the game has progressed.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, the move G4, that's it's like a move you play in the Blitz.
I believe G4 you would rather not play in the Blitz because it looks quite shaky. And I think I figured out a better approach to play Blitz, just not to make any kind of like sharp, any kind of rough moves, because G2, G4 looks a bit rough.
hmm
So I would be a bit more attentive who's white in this position, especially in this position, because after c takes d5, c takes d5, queen b6, rook c8, yeah, knight c4 is one of the ideas. White has to be a bit attentive because black doesn't have any kind of drawbacks in terms of structure. They have a little lack of space, but g4 is a move somehow I don't like at all.
Yeah, I think this is like the after effects of playing so much bullet last night because like in the shorter time controls, especially when you play online, like you tend to play those kind of moves recklessly, and if you then switch to classical, it's really hard to like switch and yeah, like dismiss those kind of moves. I mean, I'm speaking from experience, and I'm trying to explain why G4 has been played by Alireza, but I'm curious to see if it will turn out well because the clear threat is G5 currently, but white needs to be careful that black will attack the pawn on d5 so that the knight could capture the pawn after g5.
Yeah, indeed. Probably G2, G4 was played even unconsciously after, as you said, a Knight of Blitz for Alireza. He didn't even point out to himself that G2, G4 can also be a risky move.
Okay,
H6 is
yeah, so
played.
h6 is interesting because this allows the move g5 in any moment, and yeah, it gives white some opportunities to open the g file and start an attack. So I mean, I do like Alireza's decision to go for this because he has nothing to lose anymore. I mean, the worst thing that he has to lose is probably rating and money if he loses, because for every half point, you win $3,500 or euros, I believe. I mean, it's really close.
Mhm. You know, like
So,
according to the topic, yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
no, of course.
The feeling of curiosity never left me because I decided to recalculate the price fund and the distribution of money. And even if we include 7,000 for each gained point, yeah, let's say in every round there is 14,000 euros distributed because like only
hmm
2 points can be earned by all. No, pardon me. No. A little mistake. So we have 4 pairs every day. It means four
There can be
points.
1 point per game.
Yeah, so it's like 4 multiplies 7. It's like 28,000 euros each day is the
Yeah,
distribution between the players. 28 we multiply on 14 as a number of games, and we've got 280 plus 112. It
4.
will be 392,
Oh,
if I'm not
yeah, yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah, 112, yes. Yeah.
So it's like 392,000 euros. But then no, but then it's all right. So it means 392,000 euros is the only is the distribution of the points gained.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of money,
It is a
and
pretty big shitload of money, I have to say.
I would say that the Nepo is doing a fantastic in this format because you don't really see often. I'm not sure how if like this prize fund distribution has been the case for the last candidates, for example, but he is doing well for this prize distribution.
Like in first 10 rounds, he already gained more than just the price for the place. So he gained 7 multiply 7 49,000 euros, like
hmm
plus like potential draws, plus potential victories, and plus potential first place. Well, I don't believe it will be an unfortunate tournament for him by all means.
I do believe that if he won't win this tournament, he will be very upset, and I think he will not like. The players all want to like go for one thing, and that is winning this tournament to face the world championship or challenge the world champion, or at least play in the world championship. But yeah, if Nepo doesn't win, then I think. Yeah, he will still be like pretty upset, despite winning a lot of money already.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So, yeah, meanwhile, h6 is the move I like because, mm, like, I believe how raging Alireza is after losing his yesterday game against Nakamura and spending all of his night out to play Bullet in internet against Daniil Naroditsky.
hmm
So, h4. mm, yeah, h4 can be played, but then I believe it totally proves Black's idea because after h6, h4, Black has an option to take on c3, b takes c3, and then knight d5, and both pawns h4 and c3 are hanging. So I believe that could be a threat, unless there is
Right.
some sort of queen e1 move.
I think positionally wise, this is great for black. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal to be down in exchange, considering the white king is very unsafe, and mm, white will not have like such a big attack on the
Mhm.
king side.
Yeah, true, but the exchange is an exchange. So,
hmm
like Nepomnyashchy, I think in this situation especially, he will think twice before making that sort of crucial decision.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
if there is any other way how to proceed calmly after h4.
I mean, yeah, you'll have to deal with the move g5, and I don't think black wants to deal with that. I guess maybe you retreat the knight, like either to h7 seems sensible. Knight h7.
Yeah, I
It's a
do
very
like it.
typical move to stop g5.
Yeah, I do like it all.
And then you could even consider playing g5 on the next move if white doesn't do that.
Well, the main issue how white protect the h4 pawn, because if they play
Mm-hmm.
h4 h5, they just kill their own idea,
Mm-hmm.
like from the very beginning. And after h5, I would expect even some sort of moves like f5. Yeah, it looks a bit reckless, but like the giving up the e6 square. Yeah, but who knows? Well, somehow I
Mm-hmm.
started to dislike f7 f5, so don't mind.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit too much, but yeah, I mean, white's attack is simply dying down. White can still try to opt for f4 and g5, but I mean, at some point it will be too much because this king on h1 is also very unsafe.
Hmm. Yeah, indeed. Well, King Knight h7 is somewhat I like, and I'm pretty much convinced that after h5 Black has zero problems at all, but it's still not like 100% clear what move to make. Maybe bishop f6 just to develop the bishop and create a threat of knight takes g4.
Hmm.
Maybe quite a sensible idea.
Hmm. Yeah, I like that. And I mean, if you play knight f5, I
Oh,
don't
I'll
know
be
what to do after bishop takes f5.
yeah, I'll be super happy. And after bishop g takes f5, I would even consider some sort of sacrifice like rook c3 just to get rid of knight e4. Maybe it's
Hmm.
a bit premature, but yeah, like pretty much every move can be made with black pieces. So I believe this is just a fine position for black.
Hmm.
h4, yeah, it's a bit sharp. White can start with rook g1, just improving the idea of g4, g5, already putting the rook on g file.
I'm
Creating,
curious if black could play g5 themselves and then like float up with knight h7 or knight h7 first
yeah,
even.
that's kind of typical. But like psychologically speaking, I believe g7, g5 will be uh, a decision made with a heavy heart for Nepomnyashchy. He
Yeah, I
will
think you
definitely
will not
try
risk
to
that.
avoid that sort of consequences.
Yeah, perhaps he will first start with knight h7. I think that makes more sense.
Mhm.
Then you can always play g5 if needed. So
Yeah,
after
that's
like a
true.
move like f4, you can move the knight g6, for example.
Hmm. Still, maybe not that clear because somehow we've proved White's intentions. So they played rook g1, and now like f4 and knight f5 absolutely spirits, like is in spirit of the position.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Rook g1, I believe there might be a very calm option. I don't know actually what's wrong with attacking the b2 pawn.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I believe still White can somehow go all in playing g5. It looks like we have to take, unless we have knight h5 or knight h7. And after taking on h6, we have g6. But then f4, no, that's a bit strange. That's probably black will try to avoid. So after h6, I believe rook g1 like is the most sensible move unless rook c3 is working. But if not rook g1, I'm failing to see how White's attack will progress. If you play f4, then we play knight c4.
Hmm.
Still you have g5, but then the g file is not open. So it's a kind of improvement for black in comparison to the other positions. Maybe we are overestimating black's position. Maybe it's not like that clear. And that rook g1 gives white a very
Hmm.
quite a valuable play.
Yeah, I like this rook g1 move. Sometimes it's good to like prepare a move and take it easy. Because we all like tend to like push our pawns way too quickly. Like as soon as you play g4, you're very inclined to play f4 or h4 right after that, or g5 right away. So I like the slower approach with rook g1.
Hmm. I'm just curious whether this line works out for black.
Maybe there's knight f5, or is that not ideal?
Mm, no, I believe it's a very valid move. Unless bishop a5, probably take with the pawn because queen d5 doesn't suit the spirit of play. You take
Hmm.
with the pawn and I take on c3. Yeah, like if I'm not getting checkmate, it's like black is doing just great. So we play king h8, then bishop f6.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can start out with queen e1 immediately. Yeah, probably I take on e2, queen e2, play king h7. No, but then it's very complicated.
Yeah,
I,
I
d-
think so too.
I don't think it's a clear advantage for black or for white. It's just a very complicated position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Black needs to keep an eye on this king. I mean, there's always going to be bishop f6, so I think black's king is fine. But it's a question whether black can find an advantage here.
Hmm.
Because I think white, like, if the king side attack is dying down, then it's a bit hard to see where white could play because of the lack of pawns.
Yeah, indeed. So if we got rid of the queens, move to the endgame with black piece, put our bishop to f6, they would just have an advantage, I would say so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so h6 is on the board, and we are approaching to the first 1.5 hour since the game started. And
Mm-hmm.
I believe it won't be a mistake to have a little break and be back shortly
Mm-hmm. Sounds
and
good.
continue following the most exciting games in the chess world nowadays on worldchess.com. So stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 11 of the FIDE Candidates 2022. My name is Anna-Maja Kazarian, and today I am commentating together with the Grandmaster Daniil Yuffa. And Daniil, we saw some excitement happening before the break. What do you think? Which game should we look at right now?
Well, we've got 4 games on the agenda. Nakamura game against Rapport currently seems a bit boring because Nakamura started trading out all the pieces. I know, but hang on, he has an extra pawn. But somehow I believe it's still a draw. And
Mhm.
we've got Alireza game against Nepomnyashchy, and Alireza opted for a very interesting line in terms of fighting for the advantage in Petrov defense. So I believe Firouzja game against against Nepomnyashchy is something that we can stick on with.
Mhm.
The other ones, Radjabov against Duda. Yeah, we didn't watch it pretty closely, but Radjabov opted for a very unusual in terms of uh, like modern theory opening like
Mhm.
line, the whole setup. And Caruana against Ding, I'm trying to recall what was in this
It
game.
was
We've got
the
anti-martial.
Rui
Well, we've
Lopez,
got
yeah,
this.
anti-martial,
This is
yes.
the most peculiar game for today because we've got
Mhm.
this knight on g7. Maybe we can take a look at Caruana Ding first. I'm
Yeah,
curious whether
because
the knight
we
got
don't have
lost.
a move yet in Alireza against Jan Nepomnyashchy. It seems like Alireza has been spending, I don't know, like 30 minutes on his move because he hasn't made a move so far.
Yeah, all the players taking a little nap during siesta time, so I believe they're just fine to have a little sleep during the game.
Yeah, I hope he's doing okay because yeah, it's crazy that he was playing for hours in the middle of the night. Online. And you know what's funny? During the break, I found out that Ali Reza actually played only d4 against Daniil Naroditsky. So instead of like, showing that he's going to play e4 today, like to get some practice at least, he solely played the move d4 on the first move. So he avoided all sorts of other openings, like predicting that he would play
Yeah.
against the Petrov today.
Yeah, definitely. Well, so it looks a bit ambiguous because on the one hand, he clearly just blacked out after his loss against Hikaru,
Mhm.
so he's obviously not in his mood at all. But he wanted to have at least some sort of joy, some sort of pleasure just playing this, like in my opinion, a bit strange games with time control less than 3 minutes for the game. And so, yeah, that's why, yeah, he played d4, just not like it would be a pity for him to like unconsciously show the line he's been preparing against Nepomnyashchy in his game against Naroditsky and Bullet during
Mhm.
during the rest.
Yeah, I would expect at least like, like have play like different lines, like, like for example, like one c4, one f3, knight f3, or like start with e4, like multiple lines. But apparently he was only going for one d4, so that
Hmm.
is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But okay, let's have a look at the game between who was it again? It was
Caruana.
we were going to look Caruana against Ding, right? Let's have a look.
Hmm. All right, we've got the knight escaped from g7.
Oh wow, 96.
Was it all forced? So he took with the bishop finally. Knight takes
Okay,
c6,
interesting.
bishop c6. Yeah, probably queen b7 was a threat. Rook c1.
Mm-hmm.
Like then queen b7 still can be played, but he was afraid of somewhat like. Mm, I'm a bit puzzled what he was afraid of. Like, what is wrong
I
with
guess
queen b7?
simply. Actually, wait. If you play rook c3, there's bishop a5, so that's not a move.
Yeah, obviously.
Maybe knight f5 was annoying according to him.
Yeah,
Knight.
yeah. Please specify which one.
Yeah, I think the seventh one.
Or do we want to imprison the other knight?
No, I was thinking at least you attack the rook and also threaten to take the pawn on d6. I think that is the main problem.
Yeah, logically
Yeah.
speaking, it's just a very clear point. Knight g7 f5 could be the move that somehow bothered Ding to play queen b7.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he played king h8, but still knight e6 is in on the board.
Yeah, what a move.
Still, white has to be quick, because like we can also take with the queen, and after bishop f8 play bishop a5. So the bishop has to return to h6, and we take on e1. Let's suggest this move. Queen takes e1,
Mm-hmm.
and something takes b3. I would rather take with the
Yeah,
queen.
queen takes looks logical.
And then black played knight g8 and then f6, and there is approximately 0 mating threats. White has a very weak pawn structure.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
Yeah,
know what's wrong with it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, this looks actually really logical and straightforward for black. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the ideas be. I mean, the idea makes sense of 96, but the execution, I mean, this line seems to be perfectly fine, especially with the bishop a5 inclusion. It looks really fine. So yeah, it's a bit of a pity that Fabiano is giving up on the attack pretty much like this.
Well, but chess is a game of trades, and if you are capable of making better trades than your opponents, then it just pays
Mhm.
off.
Yeah, absolutely. So
That I'm not quite convinced if we trade dark squared bishop for the knight. But I probably he wasn't even asked to play anything else apart from knight e6, because rook g8 was hanging. So knight h8 was played with the clear purpose of playing rook g8, the clear intention,
right.
or knight g8. Yeah, just to choose.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Both the moves look really dangerous. So yeah, perhaps 96 was forced. I mean, if you go back, if you play knight f5, it's not as powerful anymore. I feel like because the g file is not like super weak anymore. You can even play rook g8,
Hmm.
and I think black is completely fine here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I would like initially I considered g takes f5, bishop f8, and some bishop jumps like bishop a5. And in this regard, especially after bishop h6, we may include f4 move. Like, I'm not quite convinced because of queen knight f5, and then we have to play rook g8, and we're an exchange down. So maybe we can start with bishop e1. No, but hang on, there is knight f5. Still not that clear. So knight f5 could be a very reasonable option if it works. So the other move is rook g8 that you've suggested. I like it. Black doesn't have a plenty of options. They have to play knight e3, I believe.
Yeah, you have to retreat, and I think there's no more attack for you. Unless you get the move f4 in a position. I think then there's still hope, but other than that, it's a bit hard to see what white could do otherwise.
Otherwise, white just readjust their plan and play knight c4, bishop d2, and try to push b3, b4 in a good um just in an appropriate time. So knight f5 is somehow, I believe, is a more flexible move than knight e6. Because normally in close type of positions, we don't need the bishops. We need knights. And knight g f5 was potentially securing the knight.
Mhm.
And knight could move to c4, which looks quite pleasant for white. Maybe there has been a very certain reason why he decided not to opt for this one. Maybe because of g5.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the move knight gf5 in any case, but yeah, this bishop is not having a great time on h6.
Yeah, it's like rook g6 and knight g8 can be the threat. Still, I'm not convinced. Maybe g5 is a bit controversial, but this is
Mhm.
somewhat Caruana was worried about.
Yeah, I do believe so.
He opted for a safe line, safe in terms of tactics, not in terms of strategical play.
Mhm.
Like queen e6 maybe is the most natural move. The other option is to play rook g8, but after rook g8, like some tactical issues may arise after knight d8, rook, queen d8, some f4 moves. Who knows what's going on then?
Yeah, or a bishop g5 to pin the knight. Like, white has a lot of potential in this position, and yeah, I feel like white has the better pieces in terms of the bishops, at least, because the bishop on h6 is much more strong, is much stronger than the bishop on c6. So, yeah, this is not ideal for black.
Yeah, and especially in this position, white can protect b3 pawn with rook c3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so rook g8 should not be fine
Yeah, I vote for
here.
queen e6
Mm-hmm.
and something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yep. All right, so yeah, Caruana plays a bit messy game,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, we are failing to see Radjabov game against Duda, so it's a good reason to move on to this game.
Yeah, let's have a look because it looks like the game has been advanced quite a lot. So we missed on quite a bit of action, but I have a feeling that we didn't miss too much.
Mhm.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah. All right, Radjabov against a Duda game is the next to watch. Wow.
That's a very big advancement for not that many moves. You might feel like 50 moves have been played, but we're only on move 22.
Mm-hmm. I would make a brave bet on this game ending the first day.
I think so too. Yeah, I think this game is a first one to end today because yeah, this one looks pretty drawish. As soon as the pawns and the queen side are off the board, there are no winning chances for either side. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. So finally he played
Mm-hmm.
b6 in the very
Yeah.
moment we've stopped following this game closely. Radjabov received some sort of pleasant Catalan setup, but somehow the game equalized quite quickly.
Yeah, and Black had a really good setup too, with the pieces being developed on really nice squares and just no risks and no lack of development, no lack of space. I mean, the pieces were traded off, so obviously Black is more than happy to trade and accept those trades.
Yeah, the piece will be concluded quite soon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yeah, that's a pity that we are lacking ideas regarding this particular game, especially
Yeah,
in
I
this
mean,
tournament.
there's not much happening, and I'm expecting to have a trade of pawns very soon on the queen side, and after that, a simple draw. H6 is with the idea in mind to play. I believe he wants to play rook b8 and then prepare at b4.
Mhm.
If h6 is not included, then there's always back rank problems. So including h6 is always a good idea. And you don't
Mhm.
want to include g6 because of the bishop on b2 covering g7, so that will not make a lot of sense.
Indeed.
I think that's the best we can say about the position.
Yeah, yeah. I like the way you explained this, like more or less obvious thing.
Yeah, it's the best I can make of this position.
Like literally, I would say the same because there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's that simple, but it also makes it difficult to have a too simple position. Yeah, you,
Yeah,
you just
that.
lack ideas of talking about.
All right. So Radjabov is about to make a draw against Duda.
Mm-hmm.
Caruana Ding game we just had a look at, and well, let's quickly check Nakamura game against Rapport because Hikaru took on d6.
Right,
Now I'm
yeah.
curious how this position occurred. So it was um, Queen e7, Knight f5, and he decided just to give up the pawn, playing Queen d8.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is somewhat unexpected. So he considers this position after the bishop f5 is slightly preferable for white.
I
But
guess it makes sense because white is controlling the d5 square really well with both the queen and the bishop, and this bishop on g5 is not the greatest, so I guess the evaluation of that is sensible.
hmm. Frankly speaking, I don't know what's wrong was with Queen d7 instead of Queen
Yeah,
d8.
we discussed this move indeed.
Like one of the fewest ideas is to play Queen g4.
Mm.
But even after bishop f6, I don't believe it can be somehow bad for black. Or bishop d8. If rook fd1, there is rook b6 all the time. No, pardon me, bishop d8 is
Yeah,
just a
you
mate.
have to defend the g7 square.
Yeah, I was a bit inattentive. Bishop f6, obviously a logical response. So like if we're kicking out the knight with g6, I don't believe it was some sort of improvement for white playing queen g4. But for some reason he decided to put his queen on the initial position. Queen d6, g6, queen trade, and h4.
Mhm.
Well, black has a great compensation. I believe it should be a draw quite
Yeah, I
soon.
think so too, especially with the rook on the second rank. Very ideal, and you're always able to attack this pawn on c3 at least. So, yeah, I think black has more than enough compensation. If black had like a pawn on c6, I would even say that black is better. But yeah, unfortunately for Richard, he's a pawn down. So yeah, he has plenty of compensation. And, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he can like get an advantage from this position. I mean, it's
Mm,
really like. I mean, obviously, like this is really far fetched, but.
yeah, kind of. Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
let's
it's a really
let
good position.
yeah let's claim that black has a sufficient counterplay to equalize.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a very normal story for this sort of positions. Okay, so I also believe Nakamura Rapport is about to end. Maybe not faster than Radjabov game against Duda, but quite often. Sorry, quite soon.
Mhm.
All right, so in that regard, Alireza Yan game was one of the, well, not one of the, but maybe the most exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
alongside with
there's
Caruana against
some
Ding.
some progress has been made in the game, both games actually. So let's have a look at Ali Reza against Jan Nepomnyashchy because I think quite some interesting moves happened.
Wow. So he played h4 following our initial
Did
recommendation,
yeah.
and Jan decided not to go for knight h7.
Yeah, she said he's just going to play very safe with Rook
Mhm.
FE8.
Yeah, so he called the play playing rook fe8, g5, trade knight h5. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is to check f3, f4.
Mm-hmm. You have to knight g3, you simply have king g2.
Yeah, but then probably there is nothing wrong with knight g3.
Yeah, because after f takes e5, you have d takes e5, and the knight
Mm-hmm.
is also under attack, so that's probably the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. Wow, frankly speaking, white's king position looks pretty much exposed. And
Yeah,
can we imagine Nepomnyashchy piling up another point with black?
that would be insane, and imagine if he would have 8 points.
Mm-hmm. And 3 white games left.
He has 3 white games left? 3 in a row?
No. Obviously not in a row.
Oh, so one in between. Okay, I see.
I can tell you a funny story. I've been like recalling it quite recently. Once I've been arbitrating a tournament, like a student chess tournament,
Mhm.
and as an arbiter, I've tried to prepare for it and looked out for the, how to make pairings in chess in the round robin tournament.
Mhm.
So it was like a closed tournament of 10, like 10 or 12 participants. I don't know. I don't remember exactly. But somehow I didn't even realize that I've copied the schedule of the, I believe, Sogi game. It's like the Asian version of chess, like
Yeah,
Sogi.
Chinese chess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sogi, or like, or as we say it, Go, or yeah, it has a different names.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
the main point that in those games the color didn't didn't matter at all. And one of the
True.
participants started with 6 black in a row, followed up with 5 white in a row. And after round 6, he was kind of a bit complaining to me, I'm a bit tired with like playing black. When I start playing white. Well, frankly speaking, I realized my own mistake after round 3 when it was like already late, and I decided not to change anything, just to let it go. And after round 6, he went to me and just tell him like, Mr. Arbiter, I'm sorry to say that, but it's like you're like the organization like really sucks. No, obviously he didn't say that, but he mentioned it, and like
Yeah, implying.
yeah, yeah, implying what was in his mind. And I responded in a way like, but he had like 5.5 out of 6 playing only with black, and I told him that you're doing so good with black, why you need whites to play? just
Wow.
then I realized that I will never be arbitrating any sort of chess tournament ever.
Wow, it's really impressive. Yeah, that's I don't think I've ever heard a mistake like that.
Yeah, I was unique in that sense.
Yeah, that's really impressive. But yeah, that's pretty funny. I hope he did well with the white pieces after that.
Well, I don't remember exactly. I remember just the conversation. Yeah,
Hmm.
it left me with a heavy heart afterwards.
Oh, it's okay. Things happen, and actually turned out to be great for this person. But I can imagine
Yeah,
it's
but
pretty tiring to play black every single time. But yeah, I also like. I mean, obviously, I don't like playing with the black pieces. But funnily enough, I have my best scores with the black pieces. So, yeah, that's also a bit controversial. So yeah, I can slightly relate to that.
yeah, but at least I have something to remember from my
Yeah, yeah, true.
arbitrary experience in my life.
Oh, have you done more arbiter roles or?
Well, like once or twice I organized the tournament, like organized, and I was arbitrating it as well. But it
Mm-hmm.
was when I've been studying in the university, so I was like a president of our university chess club, and
Mm-hmm.
every like 25th or 26th of January, we've this is a sort of like a national day of student, like
Mm.
it was in Russia. I used to make some sort of events, like
Oh, okay, that's cool.
like we bought some pierogi. It's a very traditional in Poland, in Russia, in Ukraine,
Yeah.
in Belarus, and etc. And
Uh-huh.
just having a very mm, like like a domestic tournament, I would say so, with a very mm, with a very pleasant people, pleasant organization, and I expect everybody felt like being at home.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't want to think about being an arbiter myself. I mean, on one hand, like it may seem very easy from the side, like you don't have to do much. You have like you need the. I think the worst part of being an arbiter is that you need to know a lot of rules, and then like there might be like one instance in the tournament that is problematic, and then you need to know all those rules.
Yeah,
But yeah, I don't want to think about it.
basically yes, but still, arbiters sometimes decide like how do they see the current situation, because there has been a lot of kind of precedents where like the falling pieces, the castle with two hands, for example. That's what
Hmm.
Nakamura did himself against Nepomnyashchy in the World Cup 2017, and not being punished for that.
Hmm.
He almost tried to make a move, the move back in his game against Saronin in Candidates 2016. So
True,
yeah,
yes.
Nakamura being very, very sneaky. And like if you're an arbiter in the tournament where Nakamura is playing, yeah, be ready for something to happen.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I remember this moment. I mean, I was not live watching it, but this is a really well moment in this Rook End game where Hikaru moved or like it was like he moved the king or like and then like said I'm adjust and then yeah, that was not a clearly not an adjust moment.
No, no, like the intention was clear. He wanted to make a move,
Yeah.
but yeah, but anyway, he lost this game. It was like 3-2, maybe EF and H against F and H Rook
Mm-hmm.
Endgame. Yeah, it's not an easy task. It's not an easy job to be an arbiter. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that, like the worst part of it clearly shows off in some like Armageddon games in the World Cup, where you have like falling pieces where you
Yes.
don't really want to intervene the game, but even if it's needed, because yeah, it will be a game of uh, like a fortune for somebody, in a game of like a little death for
Mm-hmm.
his opponent. So yeah, that's a kind of unpleasant things to do being an arbiter, I believe.
Yeah, but I also think you like experience so many like things and I heard like arbiters like tend to write stories about their experiences during tournaments and like obviously as a player you miss out like you don't see all of this because you're focused on your own game and I mean most of the times this doesn't happen to yourself. But yeah, I've heard some really funny experiences and once I remember that I played in this tournament and my opponent was from like move 20 onwards, like my opponent was not writing the moves
Mhm.
properly. Like it was just like some scratch on the on the sheet, you know. So like the move happened, and then like some scratch, and that's it. And it's just not readable. So I don't feel like complaining because I mean I don't know like. I don't know if that's something you can complain about because there is something written and maybe my opponent understands that. I don't know. So,
Yeah, yeah.
and then at some point the arbiters intervened and were like, yeah, this is unacceptable because she was clearly like spending very little time on writing and gaining time, you know, as like she's saving time with this and she's not like moving at all because like she just like writes something random and that's it. At some point, like the notation was like not even inside the boxes anymore, you
Hmm.
know? So that's like how random it was. And yeah, they were afterwards they were talking to me and like they were like, yeah, another experience to write about and like they were really excited, but also a bit annoyed about the fact that it occurred because it's a difficult situation. What do you do about it?
Well, but I believe like for you as a player, you shouldn't like really pay any sort of attention on it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so just let it go. So you both play
Yeah,
chess. I
exactly.
think it's everyone's responsibility to write down the moves properly, readably. But if your opponent fails to do so, I don't believe you should be decide who has to complain for it. So and
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely an arbiter's job to do. So
Mm-hmm.
he has to check out the like because then afterwards after the game finishes they're like making the moves on the computer just writing down the electronic version of the game and usually like the arbiters are checking out everything from the both sheets of paper just
Mm-hmm.
to avoid any kind of misunderstandings and mistakes like in the notation.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
were saying like, you know, if my opponent would like claim a draw, they would not look at her score sheet, like they would not look at their notation
yeah, yeah.
sheet, stuff like that.
Still, it remains a bit controversial because both players are obliged to write down the moves, and
Mm-hmm.
obviously it clearly shows off in such cases like claiming a threefold repetition, etc., just to check out like whether everything's been made according to the rules.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, arbiters have a really interesting job, I feel
You
like.
know, once I can share like my experience facing like the worst arbitring throughout like maybe the all time. Like I'm not really complaining about it, but like it's just so ridiculous. And
Mm-hmm.
it's been like 2014, I think, Russian Higher League Championship. So
Mm-hmm.
it was one of the last years where you can opt for like where you can obtain the GM norm, like in the
Mm-hmm.
national championship, because like the first three rounds I played over 2,600 players. I had three draws, and in round four I remember I've been living with my coach, and he told me you should hurry up a bit because it's already at like 10 minutes to three, and the game started three, and we had zero tolerance rules during the tournament. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like 5 minutes walk to the playing hall. So I
Oh.
like, yeah, frankly speaking, I started running towards the playing hall, and I saw it's
Mm-hmm.
like 14:57 on the clock, so I have like 3 minutes gap. And like I was like the last one who was in the hall, and I'm absolutely sure that arbiter decided to give me zero just on purpose. So he announced the beginning of the round when it was like 14:58, and he announced he saw me like almost running towards the table and decided to announce the round, and I wasn't like at the table like at this exact time, and I've got zero, so I lost the
That's
game.
ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
ridiculous. Like, like Yakovenko, for example, a very strong grandmaster, played the tournament. Sometimes we've been waiting for him like till 15:03 or 15:05. Yeah, that's all
Mm-hmm.
about trading. And some arbiters are just, yeah, have to claim that they're not lacking stupid, like some sort of, like very irrelevant, like behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wow, yeah, that's really annoying. I've seen so many people like, I get the zero tolerance rule, and I kind of like it because I find it so disturbing that people are late, like on purpose. There's like a lot of chess players that come late on purpose, like a few minutes. Um, but yeah, it's ridiculous to announce the round starting earlier all of a sudden. Like even if it's like 2 minutes, it's like pretty like a lot, like the starting round is obviously 2 minutes later, so
Mhm.
it's
Even
yeah.
I'm okay even with the small fines, like I don't know, even like
Mm-hmm.
50, 70 euros if you're late more than 5 minutes to the game, or like if
Yeah.
you're even late at all. But like giving a zero when you're fighting for something like like in terms of titles, in terms of places, in terms of like standings in the cross table, so, and you've been punished with a zero, it just affects your tournament in like every sense of the word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Yeah, so like
Yeah.
zero tolerance rule is probably the most stupid rule ever been invented in chess. I would say so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Wow.
Like I
Yeah,
believe
it's really unfortunate.
the person who invented zero tolerance rule has to be like punished. Has to be put in jail.
Well, I don't know who invented the rule, but yeah, yeah, I'm not sure if they'll see this, but
I'll sign up for the verdict against him.
sounds good.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
he affected my first GM norm like eight
Oh,
years ago.
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
because of his role, no,
wow.
and obviously because of stupidity of the arbiter. But that's a
Mm-hmm.
different story.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Aside,
that's
we have a
crazy.
very interesting position in Firouzja game against Nepomnyashchy.
Yeah, what
I
is
have to admit.
happening?
And it turns out that Nepomnyashchy responded in a very clever way because he waited for Firouzja to push himself
Mm-hmm.
and prepared all of the pieces like according to like what's I mean the whole concept just looks a bit strange. So you have almost an open center. You start pushing on the wing. Your king's position gets even more exposed. Knight g6, f4, and then knight h4. That's what I like. I think he opts for a very good compensation.
Mm-hmm.
Like if rook takes, you take with the knight and take on b2.
Right.
I think this position is just like probably it's lost already.
Yeah, there's so many tactical opportunities for black in that position.
hmm And after bishop f4, black may include bishop g5 first, I believe, or take on b2. Like nevertheless, take on b2, and I believe their position is just great. I would rather opt for bishop g5
Yeah.
just to be sure that our king never gets mated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and White King is so exposed. I don't think I've ever seen such an exposed king. So
Yeah, yeah.
this is definitely very unpleasant.
White's king is literally naked.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't think the piece advantage will cut it for White.
Yeah, such an inappropriate behavior for White's king. They should be dressed properly.
I think this is what happens when you play Bullet in the middle of the night for
No, no,
hours.
no. That's what I've said. He simply blacked out yesterday after losing his game
Yeah.
against
Mm-hmm.
Nakamura, as I see. So
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah. I think it's a like great experience for Firouzja in any case. Like it was his first time, and obviously like expecting him to win is really like putting a lot of pressure on him. And yeah, I think despite like everything, I think he still has a decent result. Probably not what like he's like satisfied with, but I mean, it can only go like better, right? So like the next time he can do even better, and he'll be much more experienced. So
Well, we hope so.
we will hear him definitely like more of him, obviously, and next time, let's see how he'll do next time.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, the result is not disastrous at all, but
Mm-hmm.
like it only depends. Like he has to take out the consequences and the mm, like he has to he has to study out the this lesson in this candidates tournament. So like obviously the main thing is that you don't need to be that risky with black pieces playing a very um like yeah, reckless line in Nidrov against Nepomnyashchy as he played, and
Mm-hmm.
then he played knight c6 yesterday is a move like that me and Elizabeth Pez didn't like at all. Like like we knew it's a theoretical move, but like knight c6 it doesn't have the best reputation in this position, as he played yesterday against Hikaru. And today is the result of like just simply blacking out, playing all night bullet. Mm, like you need to have a good sleep against players like Jan Nepomnyashchy, so otherwise you would be just exhausted and not fresh during the game. Like from the like physical point of view, I mean, like this sort of habit is just this sort of behavior is just absolutely inappropriate during such level of a tournament.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I think, I mean, you would say that everyone in the field will be upset at Alireza for doing this because it's quite like a responsibility to play against the leader that could be taken down. But on the other hand, like it's not like the others are having like winning positions or like are able to catch Nepo in any case
Hmm.
because the game so far seemed pretty close to equal, and I don't really see big jumps happening anytime soon. So yeah.
Well, we cannot really criticize Firouzja for his opening decision today, but the
Mm-hmm.
way he started playing this position, yeah, it was a bit harsh. I mean, like f3 is fine. I can't say anything bad against this move. But after c takes d5, queen b6, king h1, rook c8, I'm not convinced the g4 and h4 plan was the only one in this position. Like if it was the only one, then it means Nepomnyashchy opted just for a brilliant, in terms of psychology, idea to how to face Firouzja, like opening strategy with black pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop
Yeah.
f4 is taken,
Okay.
and
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking great for white.
yeah, definitely. Funny enough, that's like according to the current circumstances and the current standings in the cross table and the results of the previous days when Rapport blacked out against Nepomnyashchy, just declining the draw. It feels like all of the players in this tournament, apart from Nepomnyashchy, became the hostages of the current, like the standings in the cross table, because obviously all of them are trying to chase him down, at least to win a game against them, and he's using a very smart strategy against all of the field, like
Mm-hmm.
mm, opting for some counterplay chances, not uh, like not pretending to be an upper hand in any game, even with white pieces, just playing calmly and waiting for the opportunities to be given.
Yeah, yeah, and it's very difficult to like avoid a draw. Um, and like you have to like if you avoid the draw, you have to prove something, and I think that's where things went wrong for Richard against
Hmm.
Nepo. So yeah, I think he rightfully chose this strategy well, and I believe, I mean, like having this like edge from the start, being a little bit ahead on the field, also like gives him more confidence and like the opportunity to go for such positions where he's like more than happy to take a draw, and he doesn't spend like much time on it, like he's saving his energy till the very end.
Yeah, true. Actually, after queen b2, I'm puzzled how white should defend their minor pieces.
Yeah, because I was considering knight a4 at first, but that doesn't work tactically because of bishop takes a4 and knight takes f4. So yeah, I'm having a hard time to see how the knight on c3 can be saved. I guess knight c2 b5 is the only way to save the piece, but or knight a4 is also very safe, obviously, but it doesn't feel safe. Like
It doesn't feel
something
safe
feels
at all.
off.
Yeah.
Like rook c4 is maybe even the move.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, rook c4 looks quite strong. Unless there is anything simple. Yeah, but rook c4, I don't know. I don't see any sort of refutation against it.
No, me neither. I guess the best white has is like bishop b3, but doesn't really help much.
Yeah, that's kind of move you would barely willing to make.
I would even consider taking on g5 here. And just like destroy the entire piece formation in the middle of the board.
Yeah, it has a clear sense, I agree. Like if bishop g5, then rook e4. Yeah, and that's just, it's a game over. If knight takes g5, then probably rook e3. And yeah, I don't believe white is holding.
There is no way this king is surviving.
Yeah,
there's
it's
just
like
too many threats.
Yeah, like probably you have like rook b1, queen d4. No, but then there is just a mate. I believe after bishop c4 we are mating, not even
Yeah, there's knight
like in a
h4, queen
one
e4,
way.
everything.
Yeah, even queen c4 is winning
Yeah.
easily. Yeah, I believe it just Nepomnyashchy is winning. It was a clever decision to provoke. And I'm so surprised how effortlessly he wins the game with black pieces in Petrov. Like his opponents, yeah, in terms of psychology, he does everything like in the finest way.
Yeah. Yeah, and this pawn march by Alireza is just the final straw that he's going all in, and Nepomnyashchy is just punishing him very well.
Yeah, I believe Magnus would be upset with the game Alireza is playing today. It's not a play of a mature player.
Yeah, I think he still needs to like gain more experience.
Knight e4. So you bet on rook c4.
Yeah. That's my move.
Yeah, that's your move indeed.
I don't see like any like better alternative actually. Like it's very clear that you want to put pressure on the pieces in the center, and because they are all lined up on the fourth rank, rook c4 makes perfect sense. And you can always take with the queen on d4, like if in case the queen is attacked. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, rook c4. Like trying to have a nice, yeah, it's just a great feast on the fourth rank. All the pieces are hanging. Yeah, but like if rook b1, then the razzle dazzle begins. We can take with the queen, and you can't even take with the bishop c4 because we have queen e4 intermediate.
Yeah, you can take all the pieces.
Yeah, we can take all the pieces.
Yeah, and how do you even defend against rook c4? Like otherwise, yeah, bishop e3 was the best we could find, but it's tactically just not working out for white, and yeah, this game could be over soon.
Could it be anything else apart from rook b1 or other moves after rook c4?
Hmm. Yeah, the thing is, like, moves like bishop takes d6 come to mind. But, well, first of all, the problem is the rook takes d4, and second of
Mm-hmm.
all, even if, like, black decides, like, if there's, like, trades happening in the position,
Mm-hmm.
the king gets more and more exposed on g2. As long as the queens are on the board, white should be really worried about any sort of other piece trade. So, yeah. It's a really rough position for white, and it's really hard to see how white can, like, even remotely defend this. Like, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, it's clear that white is in a worse position, but sometimes in worse positions you can still, like, find some comeback by playing tricky moves. But I think in this position there's just none of that available.
No, I don't see them neither. Yeah, the knights and d4 and e4 are getting hijacked simply.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm expecting this. Well, I'm thinking whether Nepo is gonna, like, take some time for this move, or if he's gonna play it pretty quickly, because he has quite some time on the clock and he's not in a rush whatsoever. But I'm failing to see what other move he could possibly play in this position, because yeah, this is the most winning move I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, rook c4. He will, well, if he if he had a look at rook c4 and he didn't see any sort of refutation, he would definitely opt for it.
Mhm.
And like rook c4 is a move that cannot be out of Nepomnyashchy's vision at all. So
Mhm.
rook c4 will be played unless there is some sort of refutation.
So apparently, we're being told in the chat that Stockfish gives bishop d8 as best from the live position.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently that is a better move. And it's like a typical engine move.
Yeah, probably there is some queen b3 stuff. No, queen
Ah.
b3. No, but I'm not quite convinced.
Hmm.
No. But it's just a nonsense. No, queen b3 is not working out. Rook c4. Like from the human's perspective, we barely see a move for white.
Yeah. And that boy's still thinking.
Maybe he sees the refutation.
Could be, yeah. Very much possible. And apparently bishop d8 is the better move, but bishop d8 is
No, but
really tricky move.
yeah, I got the sense of bishop g8, but still, like, maybe we can ask the chat what is wrong with rook c4. Like, we are failing to find an answer.
Yeah.
All right, let's wait for Nepo to make a move, and let's move on to the game between, I think, Caruana and Ding.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what happened in that game, because it's been some time that we were there, and the position was pretty interesting from where we left off. So let's switch to Fabiano Caruana against Ding Liren.
All right. Such a
Oh, a lot
strange
of that
position.
happened.
It felt like white was slightly worse, and they've actually opted for the same position, rook b3.
Hmm.
Somehow I felt queen b3 was a bit more clever. I know, but hang on. Because after queen b3, queen a5, I saw there is queen b6 back. And like if
Okay.
you take play bishop f8, I have a bunch of like a plenty of moves. Knight e8 or just bishop goes somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like probably like queen b3 in my point of view was a bit more precise. And I don't know what's wrong with queen b3.
Yeah, me neither.
Rook b3, then I believe white has achieved something. Because this position in particular is preferable for white due to the weakness of black's king. I'm not even convinced that g5 was needed. Because voluntarily you don't want to give up any squares like in the neighborhood of your king.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but it's a difficult position, I feel like, for black. I mean, the pawns they feel very loose. The more pieces are traded off, the more uh, weak the pawns get. So,
Yeah, indeed. That's why I would rather opt for knight e7 and put the knight to c6 and then e5.
Mhm.
Like queen a5 is not clear at all. Because we have a lot of moves like queen d7 taking one of the pawns. Maybe rook d3 is clever. Like knight e7 first, then knight c6, knight e5 looks a bit more useful in terms of the position to me. Because
Mhm.
g5 just gives up the f5 square for life. Bishop e3, queen e5, knight f5. And the main question is whether knight e7 is working.
Hmm. Do you have nah? There's no d6, I believe. D4, I believe, because of queen takes e4.
Well, that's the first question, if there is a d4 move.
I don't think so because queen takes e4, and I was hoping to play knight takes d6, but then the e3 bishop is
Mhm.
also hanging,
Mhm.
so I'm not so sure about it.
Yeah, fair point.
Hmm.
Somehow I believe white can opt for an attack. Let's say rook f1. So I give up the b2 bishop because after queen b2 I have plenty of options. I can take on b2 and take on d6 and I'm much better, maybe winning. If you take on b2, you have to be aware of knight d6. This is the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the other thing is to play d4. Well, but if you play d4, then there is queen e4, queen b2, knight f5. And it's not like 100% clear, but I believe somehow white is fine. At least of rook f5.
Yeah.
And a rook f5, rook b2, knight d6. This is somewhat, it looks a bit unpleasant for black in my point of view. Like rook d2, knight f7 is a direct line. King g7, let's suppose. Knight e5, and if rook e2, there is knight c4, and we're on time to protect everything.
Mm-hmm.
Also, bishop c5 is a valid move.
Right. Yeah.
So I believe like this is the time when your opponent plays g5, you have to readjust yourself and opt for an attack.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's almost like a pyramid kind of shape, but like with like holes in between. The light squares are very weakened. So
Yeah. Like this W construction barely
yeah.
suits black's position, I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, I would rather pick the white pieces here, but I would say that black definitely has some counterplay, and white needs to be really precise here, I think, to make something happen.
Mhm. I would bet on rook f1. This is the move that came to my mind like instantly.
Yeah.
And according to the rule, I mean, like, I think it was Mikhail Tal who said that usually 85/90% of the moves that come to your mind are correct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just to check, if there is knight f5, rook f5, queen b2. Well, rook b2 is not valid because of rook e5 and rook e8 intermediate. So you have to take with the queen, but at least after queen b2, rook f6, white is better because of the king on on h8. It's like this position, you cannot even break through with c4 because of bishop d4, and white is winning.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I believe g5 was not a good decision. Obviously I don't know the evaluations, but after rook f1, I think white has a huge advantage.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Black has some sort of peculiar rook g3, queen d3, bishop e4.
Oh, and then after queen takes d6?
Yeah, queen takes d6 is winning immediately.
Yeah, looks like you
Yeah,
can't save that.
yeah, there is a mate even.
Oh.
You know, like I'm never looking at simple continuations, and obviously after bishop e4, I was considering only knight d6, but queen d6,
Oh,
it was a good inclusion to be
I
made.
saw it for other reasons. Like I thought you cannot capture on f5 and stuff, but
Hmm.
you can't capture because of checkmate. But I thought for reasons that because it's not defended enough or something.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely right. Like
Hmm.
obviously this in that regard, this position is just lost in by any move.
Yeah, it's just incredible, like how white can simply ignore the pawn on b2 or well even d3, and yeah, and
I believe
white is just doing so fine.
this is a crucial line.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure that's where the like time is now spent on being spent on.
Like knight d6. Like probably you have to take on d2, otherwise if you avoid the check, playing king somewhere, there is at least knight c4, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
Like at least. Unless there are any other options like queen c1. Yeah, it's like g5 is not a tidy move. It's a big inaccuracy in my point of view. So after f4, I would also consider somehow resisting and like keeping the tension in the center, not taking on f4.
Hmm.
Because like normally, like basically black's pawn structure is just better, and there is no need to change it.
Yeah,
And
like maybe a simple move like bishop c6 would be just fine.
yeah, with your knight on g8, the knight is a bit passive, but
Hmm.
it controls every single inch on the king side.
Hmm.
Yeah, I believe there has been some things to be worried about, but intuitively, like e takes f4 doesn't cross my mind.
Hmm.
Yeah, I expect rook f1 to be played. Otherwise, I would claim that I don't understand chess at all. Yeah, that's a bit premature statement, but like what else if not rook f1? Unless I'm blundering something even more simpler.
No, I think we've been through all the lines pretty much, and I don't see anything more dangerous, quote unquote dangerous, than rook takes b2.
Hmm.
So yeah, if that is pretty much covered, I mean, it looks like the line is like set in stone.
Yeah, and talking about the threats, I believe there is pretty much threats. A lot of threats for white. Like queen a5, d4, black has to be aware of a lot of opportunities. Also, knight
Hmm.
h6 is not a pleasant threat at all. Well, Caruana didn't make a move yet, so it's time for us to move on.
Yeah, perhaps we could switch back to the game Alireza against Jan Nepomnyashchy because a couple of moves have happened.
Mhm.
And I think it's a really like critical point of the game where like a lot of excitement is going on.
Yeah, rook
So rook
c4 is
c4 has
played.
been played.
Mhm.
So we have been shared in the chat that rook c4 is also good. The line is bishop e3, what has been played. Bishop takes g5, rook b1,
Wow,
and
you've
then
been
queen
doing
takes
great.
a2, rook a1.
Bishop g5 was also your
Yeah.
suggestion. Rook b1, queen a2, rook a1. So at least it feels like after queen b2, black has a draw. At least.
Yeah. So apparently, if black gives the queen, they're still winning. But the question is, will Jan go for that line? Probably like queen takes a1 is then like a line that should be considered.
Queen a1.
Yeah.
But now we have like bishop hanging on h4 and rook hanging on c4. Like
True.
I'm not very convinced queen a1 can be played there.
I'm not sure how to give the queen then, yeah.
Yeah, let's find something. Well, I can't say simply, but
Uh,
the black's position looks pretty much resourceful, but
oh, how about you can simply take on e3. Bishop takes e3. And then you
alright.
take on d4, and then you take on e4, and then you have a lot of minor pieces.
Wow, that's cool. That looks interesting, at least. Good point. And if bishop d3, I think it may fail to something simple. At least we have
Yeah, just rook takes e4, yeah.
rook e4, bishop e4. Still a lot of like a pair of rooks is not
Yeah,
is not a
that's
small
maybe a bit
material
too
though.
much, yeah. Hmm.
I somehow like the idea of sacrificing the queen. Let's find an appropriate moment to do so. Like what was
Yeah.
wrong with like queen a2, rook a1, queen b2 back. I believe
Hmm.
rook
Then rook
b1 will be
b1.
played. Like we can play queen a3, can we?
Then rook a1 again, or rook b3 even.
No, yeah, so bishop is saying, so you have rook b3, bishop c4, or bishop g5, like three valid moves,
Mm-hmm.
seemingly. Somehow after rook b3, I believe queen a2 should be good for black,
Mm-hmm.
because there is no more attacks on the queen. So the rook is no more chasing the queen.
Rook takes d4 has been
Rook
played.
takes d4. Wow,
Wow.
that's impressive. And maybe it's the best one. Because after bishop d4, black has an unpleasant pin like queen d5 is.
Uh-huh.
And bishop f3 may fail to knight h4 or even rook takes e4. Yeah, I would take rook takes e4 just to eliminate the knight. And then like a bunch of ideas is hanging. Knight h4,
Mm-hmm.
rook g4, and etc. Queen d4. Yeah, rook d4 is a brilliant move. The
Wow.
simplest one. And if rook a2, then we take on d1, and I believe we take on e3, and this is just
Yeah.
a huge advantage for black. Even after knight g6, rook e7, or rook
Yeah, this
f8.
looks really good.
Mhm.
And it's impressive to see that Jan is going for like some risky line because queen b2 was basically like accepting a draw, but yeah, he's going for more.
Yeah, in a sense, he is not risking at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what was like wrong with queen b2, rook b1, queen e3. Maybe I'm blundering something easy.
Maybe rook b3 is just unpleasant.
It's like,
That's
yeah,
it.
we play this. But that's some sort
Mm-hmm.
of complicated lines that you're like a little unwilling
Yeah.
to consider. So rook d4 is easy because it defines the position at once.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe like fizzles out a bit of advantage.
Yeah.
Anyway, like this game would be a game of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a very exciting one, and yeah, it's interesting to see if we will have a decisive game here
Hmm.
at our on our hands, because so far Nepomnyashchy is doing really well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah,
And
he's not
mhm.
hesitating at all. So if his opponent gives him the chance, he usually like stands it.
And rook takes a2 has been played, so there's a queen trade on the board pretty much.
Yeah, probably bishop d1. I believe bishop e3 and knight d6 will be played
Mm-hmm.
because it's logical to keep the rook on f1 to attack f7.
Is rook a5 a move you can consider, or is it failing to rook takes f7?
Not necessarily. I would rather expect knight f7,
Mm-hmm.
like covering up the g5 spot. Like still black has an advantage, even there,
Mm-hmm.
according to my intuition.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Yeah, well, black has very active pieces, and white has only one pawn left that is also going to be captured. So yeah, if you have no pawns left, it's going to be really difficult to win.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true indeed.
Yeah, so bishop takes d1 is also on the board now. Um, and now it's a question: if is rook takes e4 even considerable? I guess
Mm,
you can consider it.
unfortunately not, I think. Like bishop g5, we don't have rook g4 check.
But I think black is okay with rook d4, just capturing d5 pawn. But I guess you can simply
Mm,
defend that.
somehow I believe it will be too much.
Mm.
Like at least for the reason of rook a7. You cannot take on d5 because of the check.
Mm.
And then rook h1 is coming. No, you just have to keep a pair of bishops on the board. Like there is no
Yeah,
it's not necessary to sacrifice more.
true. Yeah, and it's also been played. So this is now on the board.
Like rook e5, knight f7, rook e7 could be smart.
Okay. I'm
Unless
slightly
there's
concerned about rook takes f7 because of the bishop on d7. Doesn't have many squares.
no, it doesn't. It's true.
You have to
But
play like knight f8 or something.
I believe it's something we shouldn't be worried about.
Mm-hmm.
We have rook g5 check.
Okay, yeah.
Like if you play king f1, then you just give up the rook on a2. If
Mm-hmm.
you play king h2, there is bishop f4 at least. If you play king h1, there is rook g1 at least. So for some reason knight f7 has to be played,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can choose. No, maybe, but maybe yeah, I've changed my mind a bit, or not. I saw there is d6, rook f7, bishop b3, but then knight f4.
Wow.
Probably winning. All right, yeah, it's not it's not clear at all, but
Mm-hmm.
absolutely that's It's absolutely obvious that black is better. It
Yeah.
just feels so. Black has material advantage. They have 3 pawns for an exchange, and they have a pair of bishops. So materially speaking, mm, they're better.
Yeah, but yeah, I wonder if this is enough for a full point. Obviously, he will do his best to convert that, but yeah, we'll have to see if he's able to convert it because Alireza is going to try his best to defend. But it's a very unpleasant position to be in, to facing a pair of bishops, knight on g6, and having, I mean, only one pawn left that will also be captured very soon. So that's quite concerning.
Mm-hmm. Rook e7 is played.
Okay.
Mm, still good.
Yeah, the threat is also knight f4 check to capture the pawn d5, so that makes a lot of sense.
Like, what about rook e2? I
That's
know it
clever.
looks I know it looks a bit suspicious, but who knows?
Maybe bishop g4?
Bishop g4.
But then you can just take on e3, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That doesn't
Then
help.
it doesn't work.
That's quite a tricky move. Rook e2. I'm failing to see what you can do here. Hmm.
I would expect f7, f5 to be played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was also just thinking about it to try to like get the knight away from d6 so I can play bishop b5 at one point, but
After f5, I believe bishop b3 can be considered. Yeah, because you
mm,
cannot take the pawn because of the fork on h4. And
yeah.
my idea of playing f5 is connected with playing f4 and protecting the bishop, like extra protecting it. And
Mm.
bishop b3 is kind of creating some sort of threats with d6, related to the d6 idea. So I believe that's the right setup for white, and black has to be a bit precise in order not to blunder anything there.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat. Why not just save the pawn on b7? So I'm guessing by either moving it or defending it because it's now under attack by the knight.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, I somehow I feel it doesn't suit the spirit of the position. Like, black has to play quickly to create some sort of attack on the king side. Like, I believe we shouldn't waste any sort of tempos playing b6 or b5. It just like it's like these decisions like rook e7 and then f5 4 in my point of view are just on the surface. So you just go for it and you'll see. Like absolutely after rook e2 b6 or neither b5 doesn't suit the spirit of the position.
Mm-hmm.
Like I cannot, I don't know if I can prove it tactically, but okay, let's suppose b7 b6 is a valid option, and I'll try to prove it wrong. So at least like knight f7 is a valid move,
Yeah.
or rook f7. No, knight f7 is better. Rook f7 is losing. And if you take the rook, I take if you take the knight, I take on f7 and play rook e3, and only black is risking in this position because of strong d5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
No, pardon me. There is knight f4. We are making forced draw, but anyway, there is like no reason to play it.
Yeah, exactly. There's also bishop b3, and yeah, it's too risky.
Like f5 absolutely suits the spirit of the position. The only drawback of f7, f5 is now the king gets a bit exposed with bishop b3 ideas. But after bishop b3, I wonder there is still some opportunities. Like funny enough, probably we can make a check. And if there So if you play king g3, we can support the knight with g5, and yeah, this whole concept looks just tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
Again, unless there is knight f5 move, but we have to figure it out.
True.
Like if there is knight f5, we take with the knight, it's a check, rook takes f5, we play bishop f4. Yeah, we're going crazy. Yeah, that's a bit weird stuff, I agree. Maybe not necessary at all. For bishop b3, there might be other moves. Like
Mm-hmm.
f4, for example.
Yeah, and
After
this
f4, I don't believe black is risking, only white is risking.
no, absolutely. There's just no play for white. Pawns are really strong on the king side over here.
Mm-hmm. Bishop b3 first is played.
Okay.
Then somehow it feels a little bit like in a wrong order of moves.
You
Because
can
like
just play knight f4, right?
he can play knight f4, I believe.
Maybe you prepare it by playing bishop g4.
Bishop g4, wow.
But okay, king g3, I guess.
I was a bit worried of knight f7, but I'm not like
Hmm.
convinced whether it works. After knight f7, you can like provoke me playing knight f4.
King g3,
King
I was
g3 we
not
have.
sure about that. Yeah. I was hoping king g3 was not a move.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Like again, intuitively, like rook e2 f5, bishop b3 looks like a right move order, but bishop b3 is not, is somewhat I don't
Mm-hmm.
like.
Hmm.
Let's find the refutation after bishop b3.
I'm trying to see if there's something, but I'm missing some pawns on like g4 f4.
Mm-hmm.
That would be nice. Hmm.
Basically, I don't know what's wrong with bishop f4.
Mm-hmm.
Because now I'm trying to get use of the absence of the pin. So now I can move my bishop and mm, I'll discover, I'll investigate any opportunity connected with the bishop move. It's
Yeah,
like,
maybe you'll be able to play rook e3.
yeah, that's one of the ideas.
Yeah.
Like bishop f4, you cannot really take on f7 because I can take with every piece, literally. Like maybe even king is better, I don't know. Like after rook f7, d6, I think after king f8, the position is lost for all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden. Because if you take, I take rook f2, and I just play king e6, and I think white is lost.
Yeah,
There is too much
absolutely.
pawns, too many
Yeah.
pawns. Like after bishop b3, it's logical that again in comparison to rook e2, black is allowed to pull out the bishop, play some bishop f4. Let's suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I'm curious. Like I would bet on bishop move because it gives like bishop b3 gives such an opportunity to move the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing much better making bets, so I would rely on your opinion in this position.
After bishop b3, right?
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
You tend to
What
agree?
would Nepo play here? Yeah, I think bishop f4 is very sensible. I did not come up with this move myself, but I think this is going to be played.
Yeah, and it's pretty much forcing.
Yeah.
Like knight b7, rook e3, creating a threat of bishop h3 check. And the bishop on b3 is hanging, and we claim this position to be lost for white.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I would never see some, like in my whole entire life and the future years, I don't believe anyone will have 8 points out of 11 candidates tournament.
Yeah, typically it's like full of draws. Obviously, we have seen quite a few draws, but also quite a lot of decisive games. So that's really interesting.
No, he played bishop c5 for some reason.
Okay.
And
Keeping an eye on the pawn on a7
this
still.
is somewhat I like more. I
Mm-hmm.
like less, sorry. Because
Oh.
knight b7 comes with a tempo. This is the thing that is bothering me. Even after knight b7, we can still opt for some reasonable move.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what Nepo has in mind after knight takes b7. Hmm.
That's a bit strange. Unless we're missing something very simple after bishop f4, because bishop f4, like cutting down the way to f7 pawn 4, white's rook on f1, creating a threat of rook e3 and rook g3. It's like bishop on f4 is covering more squares than the bishop on c5 in terms
Mm-hmm.
of ideas. But maybe there is nothing wrong with bishop c5, but I'm failing to see what's gonna be after knight b7.
Is there like knight h4, and if the king moves up, then rook e3 check? Maybe there's some ideas related to that.
So once
So
again,
knight
after
h4.
knight b7 is played knight h4. If king h2 or king
Um,
h1,
if king h2, then I'll probably play bishop d4 to play bishop e5 or something.
yeah, fair point. Well, obviously, all the time you have this sort of perpetuals, like bishop e5 and king g1, bishop g4, at
Hmm.
least. He played bishop b6.
Okay.
So he lured the knight on b7, uh, almost wasting a tempo, was playing bishop c5, and played bishop b6. I know, but you know that's kind of clever. It makes clear sense because d6 is not an option due to bishop c6 and rook b7.
Mm-hmm.
So he cannot open up the light squared bishop on b3.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, after bishop b6, the knight has to go back to d6 probably. Yeah, but then it has a clear sense as well.
Yeah.
Great move by Nepomnyashchy. I'm just interested. I'm curious to check out the evaluation after bishop f4, whether it was a better option.
Yeah, yeah, that would be interesting to know.
Yeah, so far Nepomnyashchy is doing just a great job piling up the victories with black pieces in Petrov and like reacting quite in appropriate way against mm, that sort of recklessness, I would say so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and they are on move 31. So 32 it will be played soon. While Alireza has 8 minutes. So that's also not a lot of time. But okay, I mean, he doesn't have so many moves to play, so I guess that's not the biggest problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the time question is a drop in the bucket for Firouzja. He has to solve out the like the positional issue.
Mm-hmm.
Probably it's bothering him
Yeah.
way more than the time left on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're approaching to the first time trouble, unless we didn't check out Caruana and Ding game and Nakamura against Rapport. I think Nakamura against Rapport. This is the game we've lacked
Yeah,
paying
that's
attention to.
correct. Yeah, and the game between Radjabov and Duda ended in a draw quite some time ago, so nothing too much happened there, I think.
No, nothing at all. Yeah, so Nakamura against Rapport, this is the position, and it's a drawish endgame. White cannot really get use of the extra pawn on e4. Yeah, so let's take a quick look how the game progressed. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
f6, knight e3. So he activated the rook.
Okay, so the pawn was recaptured.
Yeah, so it all fizzled out quite quickly.
Okay, yeah.
I'm a bit curious whether he could keep the bishops on the board.
Doesn't look like it. Bishop g4, and there's not a single square available. And after rook b2 is also forced to go back to e6.
So it was pretty much forced. And if h5, then there is bishop e2, and still black has to give up the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an easy draw. It has to be an easy draw for black. Like there is white is lacking ideas how to at least make black think.
Yeah, this bishop also has like access to so many squares that it's just impossible to do anything like either like zugzwang or like push the pawn. Like you won't get really far.
Yeah, obviously, like white has an upper hand due to the extra pawn, but it's a theoretical draw.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and both players are not liking time, so we don't expect a time trouble because there is only 2 moves to be made.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And what's going on in Caruana game against Ding?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, rook f1, I believe. No, he played knight e7.
Oh wow.
Hang on.
Not rook f1.
Yes, and now I have to claim that I don't understand chess at all. That's what I promised.
Unfortunate. I do hope that maybe the engine agrees with you somewhat.
Well, I don't care anymore, to be frank. Now it's all over. But
I
actually,
wonder why.
he received a sort of something after knight e7. He decided to opt for this position, queen c2, then bishop goes to c3, and like objectively speaking, white is like much better positionally. But maybe
Oh
it can be a
wow.
fortress.
Yeah, but the f6 pawn is really difficult to defend. I mean, okay, rook f8 and
And then he will be torturing black, trying to get use of this f6 weakness.
yeah.
Well, a pretty decent chance to win the game for Caruana because it will be an everlasting torture. Black will put their king to g6, but it will not like solve the issue at once. So he has to
Mm-hmm.
keep attention, to pay attention on every sort of threat for white.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he opted for a safer option, but yeah, I don't know what was wrong with rook f1. Maybe there's been something simple, like just taking on f5, or rook f5. Um, or maybe like, the winning potential of this particular position is not that great. he was afraid of. Like the queen a5 is probably killing, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Or like queen e6 was somehow bothering him. Still, I would prefer rook f1 at once.
Yeah. Yeah, it had more. It seemed very interesting, but yeah, the current position is also very interesting, but it's gonna like take a lot of time, I think, to like try to gain something from a position. Like it's clear that white is better, but the difficult part is in how to like convert it to an advantage, a clear advantage, because yeah,
Yeah,
it's pretty
with
simple
a bit
to
of
defend.
sorrow, I have to claim that it will be a very long game.
Yeah, probably.
So Caruana will torture three of us, like me, you, and Ding.
Yeah, big chance.
All right. So before going for a short break, let's take a quick look at Alireza game against Jan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see what happened there in the meantime.
Yeah, so yeah, actually it was a good idea to lure the knight on b7 because on b7, yeah, so all the time you have to sacrifice something. So you sacrifice the pawn on b7 in order to put the knight being put it on offside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, the king on h1 looks safe, but the pair of bishops, the knight, the rook, they're all gonna be really annoying. Knight h4, rook h3 is also a big threat in the position, so...
Yeah, let's create a single thread. I believe somehow we have to move the knight out
Knight
to
h4, yeah.
knight h4 or knight e5. Because I see like a very big benefit of knight e5 is that it comes with the tempo.
The nice thing about knight h... okay, knight h4... There's at least like rook h2, I guess.
Yeah, so rook h3 is not like a mating threat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can briefly check knight h4. It doesn't hurt much.
Yeah, I guess there's always going to be rook h2 no matter what.
Yeah, like then I wanted to play bishop g4, but then d6 is coming. So bishop on d7 is placed ideally.
Mm-hmm.
And actually after rook h2 there is knight f5 jump, which could be painful because of knight g3.
Mm-hmm.
Or even bishop f5. No, sorry, bishop f5 doesn't work because of rook h4. Yeah, knight f5. This is somewhat I do like. I believe both moves are just killing. Knight e5 is also killing. But knight e5 just looks safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Just activating the pieces and like not giving white any chances because the bishop is now under attack.
You can try out knight d6, but after knight d6 you have to keep an eye on some rook h3, rook h6 ideas. And after knight d6 you don't really threat playing d5, d6.
Maybe now
So
you have knight g4.
yeah, knight g4.
Okay, king still runs to g2, but can be interesting.
I know, but then knight g4 probably doesn't create any sort of threat
Mm-hmm.
because our rook is protected.
Yeah.
Let's make a move with precision. Like rook e3, king h1. Let's prove knight e5 is not a bad move, because we already proved that knight h4 is a fine move.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d6.
Hmm.
No, bishop h3 was played instead.
Oh, and it's another pretty logical move, to be fair.
It comes with a tempo, so
Mm-hmm.
that's a strong argument for it. Like rook d1 may fail to bishop g4, so it's not an easy job to find a good spot for the rook. Like rook c1 probably. Yeah, once again, otherwise, if rook b1 and bishop f5, if rook d1 and bishop g4, if rook g1, I believe there is like um, tons of moves, like rook e4, rook c3, like it's a double attack.
Yeah.
Like I would play rook c1 probably, like intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can start right away with knight e5 still, because if d6, I believe we grab the exchange.
Yeah, bishop e6.
And like this pawn is like is never will never be promoted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least we have bishop d5 and take on b7. That's winning. Yeah, bishop h3, rook c1 is on the board.
Okay.
Knight e5 is quite a simple move, but maybe not the strongest one. Nepomnyashchy has to be rigged in this sort of position because it's a very good chance just to win the game and be like a couple of points ahead of Caruana and Dean. Like bishop f5 is played, and then bishop f1. So something was wrong with d6. Let me. I know. So then I've got the idea. The idea was quite simple. d6 falls to rook h3 move, and if rook
Oh,
h2,
and
there is a mate.
yeah.
The power of bishops.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
hmm Yeah, like bishops are dominating all over the board. Bishop f1 is played. Bishop e4 is on the board. Once again, bishop g2 falls to rook h3 mate.
Oh, yeah, this
One again,
seems
what a
to
cuteness.
end. This game seems to be ending very soon now.
Yeah. And if king h2, let's find a victory for Jan.
Um, bishop takes d5 simply?
Yeah, bishop g takes d5 is a very strong argument indeed.
I don't need to checkmate.
Yeah, obviously. Maybe that's the clever, like the most clever decision. Like for some reason, I've tried to play knight e5 and then knight g4 check, creating another sort of mating threats. Probably it
Yeah,
also has
and
some sense. Yeah, knight bishop d5 is the most technical, I agree.
and the game
After
actually ended. Ali Reza resigned.
really,
Yeah.
yeah, holy
Oh,
mackerel.
wow.
Nepomnyashchy having 8 of 11. That's impressive.
That is really impressive. With 3 more rounds to go for 4 more rounds. Wait, for 3 more rounds to go. Wow.
You know, like the tournament is almost pretty much over because if Caruana makes a draw against Ding today, if he fails to win, like he will have to score at least out of three in order to reach Nepomnyashchy, even if he loses his last 3 games in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like the mathematical chances are just like are disappearing.
Yeah, this is
like in a
this
very
is
unexpected way.
incredible. Yeah, I mean, Jan can simply go for the draws now without any sort of risk, especially now because I think if he makes draws, he's simply the winner.
Hmm.
Wow.
I believe his live rating is about like 27, 92, or 93. How is
Mm,
so like uh, which makes him probably one or a couple wins away from 2800 like
mm.
mark. No, like my Nepomnyashchy is obviously a very mature player, so like recently last 3 years he improved a lot, and I'm delighted to say that I can't say I've been a part of it, but I had a training session back to 2019 with him. So that was the beginning of his rise.
Oh,
I
that's really awesome.
yeah, I believe I took a little part of it, maybe a tiny one, less than like a 1/10 of the percent.
No, you should absolutely
All
take
right,
it.
so yeah, I'll point it out in my CV.
Yes, you should.
All right, Nepomnyashchy winning his game against Firouzja. We've got a couple of games remaining. Nakamura against Rapport seemingly will end in a draw, and Caruana is slightly pushing and having like a sort of free roll against Ding Liren. We got 2 games remaining, and well, that's a good time to take a take a breath, make some sort of tea or coffee break, and continue watching very thrilling and exciting chess in Madrid. FIDE Candidates 2022 World Chess. Stay tuned.
Back to round 11 of the FIDE Candidates 2022. I am Women's National Master Anna-Maja Kazarian, and alongside me is Grandmaster Daniil Yuffa. And we have two results already, two remaining games, and almost one clear winner. Jan Nepomnyashchy did really well today in his game against Firouzja, and yeah, it will be very difficult for the remaining players to catch up on him.
Yeah, especially with two white pieces remaining in the last three games. So that was the final position on the board after bishop e4 check. As we are wondering that after king h2 there is a plenty of moves winning with black pieces. Maybe knight e5 is the option, and bishop d5 is simpler one. Bishop d5 is actually a double attack, so indeed it's even more easy to go for. All right, so we've got two games remaining there. Nakamura against Rapport, seemingly a draw. It's a theoretical draw. Yeah, I think, yeah, the pawns will go off the board right now. Yeah, it's an easy draw. And so
Yeah.
let's put more focus on Caruana game against Ding, where Caruana was, well, sensibly better. And according to the rule, the difference in colors of the bishops only benefits the attack, makes it even more dangerous.
Yeah.
So white.
Yeah, but it's difficult for white to put more pressure. Like you need more pieces, basically. You need like a knight on the board because you're attacking the f6 pawn many times, but it's defended sufficient times. So yeah, it's difficult to make progress here.
It won't be an easy task, obviously. Well, let's go for b takes c5, d takes c5, and play queen g3. So my threat is quite clear. I want to take on g5.
Yeah. I guess simply king g6.
Yeah, you play king g6, and then, yeah, I think you'll go for it. Queen g3, queen g6, and then you have to be aware of queen c7 jumps. This is the one thing. The other thing, I assume... No, but h5 is not an option. Yeah, after queen c7, I believe. Like, you have rook f8, have you? But this is somewhat risky, because after rook c8, then I can play h5 and I'm winning. Because if you take, I have check, and then I take on f6 with the rook. So I assume it's still a very dangerous position after queen g3. It
Yeah,
doesn't look
definitely.
rock solid at all, and e5, e6 can be a threat. And if you go king h7, I expect
Guess you can still take on g5, but do you want to? Maybe you want to play rook b1 instead. You play rook b7.
yeah, rook b1, but then it will be met with bishop b5. Like the only reason why rook b1 is not like probably the best. I believe still queen c7 or inclusion of h takes g6 and h takes g6 queen c7 is quite a valid option.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Because like black has plenty of weaknesses. They have a pawn on a6, which is not protected with another pawn. They have pawn on c5. The pawn on f6 is a lifetime weakness. Yeah, Caruana takes his time, but after queen g3, I'm a bit concerned how black will protect everything.
Yeah, not so clear, especially with the threat of bishop takes f6 after queen c7.
Mm-hmm.
Once those bishops are off the board and you have an extra pawn, it will be much easier to convert it.
You know, he played rook b1, so you understood this position even better than me.
Oh, that's actually really funny.
But like, what's the point? Like, what if bishop b5? Like,
Well, I didn't have an answer to that.
is he really going for queen f5 idea or h5 queen f5 in some connection?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, rook b1 is a quite sensible move. Eventually, I didn't expect. I saw like bishop a5 is killing all the game, but your intuition was absolutely correct.
I
It
know the
like
player so well.
yeah, I see how you improved like last days. I think your ratio has even it's increased even to like over the clouds, like over 90%.
It's promising. Yeah, I need to prepare for the next candidates.
I think you are prepared already. At least for women candidates, I think I would bet on you. I would go against the odds and bet on you.
Oh my. Yeah, no, it's hilarious. Like to me it made so much sense, like the refutation of bishop b5. So I canceled my move. But
Like queen f5 is probably the idea, or h
yeah.
takes f5. And, no, but f queen f5 looks more flexible in terms of keeping all the threats.
Yeah, and if even if you try a move like queen d7, you can always take on g5.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's possible. But I don't know if you're opting for an endgame. It's like queen f5, g takes h5. I wonder that was your idea.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was actually thinking g takes f6, but then queen takes f6 and
Mm-hmm.
we have a problem.
A little one. Yeah, well, rook b1 still, like, despite the Caruana played rook b1, I'm not convinced it was the best move. I would rather opt
Mm.
for rook queen g3. Because, like, your rook is placed ideally on f1 attacking the f6 pawn. Like, has to be a very strong reason to move it out of f1 square.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean the idea is obvious. You want to play rook b7 or rook b6.
Mm-hmm.
But after bishop b5, you need to have a good reason to be playing this. Maybe you take on g5 first and then play queen f5. Oh, but then the h5 idea is not present anymore in the position.
It is not, but like,
But how do you defend the pawn on g5?
in comparison, we are attacking g5 at once.
Because if you play king h6, you can play king f2 and
Yeah,
threaten rook h1.
that's GG. I agree. How to avoid queen g5? I'm a bit puzzled. Like, you can play king g8, but I barely expect it to be present on the board. Bishop b5 is played. Like, we take
Hmm.
on g5, h take g5, queen f5. It looks very strong and very forcing.
Hmm. Maybe after king g8, you have d4.
But should we? It's like I can get the point
Oh, you
after
can. Yeah,
we
right.
can play rook f1 because bishop g3 is not possible due to the check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like rook f1 a lot.
So I believe it's very forcing. Just taking on g5
Mm-hmm.
and queen f5. Like if you want to sack the pawn, mm, like the only way it can be made only in order if you trade the queens of the board, and then you suffer being a pawn down. But if you don't trade the queens, like being a pawn down in this structure and with this king, is just losing.
Mm. Yeah, this seems more than fine for white.
Yeah, like bishop d3, I don't believe it can ever work. But let's check it quickly.
Mhm.
I could play queen g5, I assume.
Yeah, so basically if you go to the h file, I guess king h8 is the most dangerous move. Because if king h7, I play queen h4.
Yeah, and then check on g3 and you take the bishop.
Yeah.
But then on king h8, still you can play queen h4.
After queen h7, you take on f6.
Yeah, and I believe it's lost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rook invades on the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop d3 doesn't work neither. H take g5. Maybe some intermediate moves, but no. G takes f6 is a very strong threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. Rook b1 was unexpectedly strong. Very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you could try anything else apart from bishop b5, like c4, but c4 may fail to very simple bishop b4 at least.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
winning an
absolutely.
exchange.
Yeah, so it seems like this was the way to infiltrate in black's position because black cannot cover all the squares. And I think this was the exact, like, the perfect way to make use of this.
Yeah. You know, like poor Caruana, if he wins today, he will be +2, but it will
Still
be
not enough.
still not enough, like with a very wide margin to be frank, because he lost
Yeah,
2 games already, winning. No, pardon me, he lost how many lost games he lost? 2, right? He lost to Nakamura
two.
and to Duda, winning 4, and Nepomnyashchy losing 0 and winning 5. Yeah, it's just an outstanding result. H takes g5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the game is heating up. It's interesting.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now queen f5 must be played.
Queen
There's
f5 is played.
okay. Yeah, there's no other move. I mean, it also stops king g6, which was a very logical move otherwise. So yeah. Now how does Ding deal with this threat? Because yeah, none of the options seem any good.
Is it the end of the world for him?
Yeah, I also wonder how bad is it?
Yeah, feels like Caruana will carry the day, but not steal the show because of Nepomnyashchy winning again with black pieces.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Yeah, like besides he played just a very good game. I mean Caruana. Like
I think it's yeah, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I think it's incredible that someone that like plays for a draw, like playing it very safe, and he's still able to like win a couple of games. I think that's really impressive.
Yeah, but it's like how does it work? You provoke your opponents to opt for a real like a real fight.
Yeah.
And but Nepomnyashchy is obviously ready for that sort of fight because he's a very aggressive player himself, and
Hmm.
you don't need to ask him twice to to go for that sort of positions.
Yeah, it's just interesting because typically when you feel like a draw is enough, you played safe, but you played so safe that your opponent like destroys you because you're playing it too safe and yeah, you just make like small inaccuracies because at least from my experience, every time I had to like go for a draw, I was not making the best moves, but yeah, I wasn't really punished for it. So.
Hmm.
Yeah, it,
Well,
it, it can go both ways.
yeah, that's a matter of experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, he became a very versatile player. So I would claim that, let's say 5 or 6 years ago, he was only attacking, and draw would be a very like kind of rare result for him. But now he's the one who can do it all, pretty much
Mm-hmm.
everything. King G8 now, like I think we've discussed Rook F1 opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe it's not like super clear because I expect Black to chase down the queen with Queen D7. That's one of the fewest options to consider. Like the
Yeah.
other one is Bishop D7, but then if Bishop D7, we have Bishop F6 winning.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe Queen D7 will be played.
Yeah, that looks good.
But then like the position after yeah, I thought Queen C5, Queen D3 is somehow in White's favor, but I've changed my mind.
Yeah, it's not so clear. Black also gets some initiative here.
Yeah, still like obviously it's a little bit better for White because of the Black's king,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe there is not much.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
Yeah.
B7 is could be a very good move, and it could be easily being out of the vision of Fabiano.
Yeah. Yeah, the line looks really promising, but yeah, it's simply not enough, and I think the opposite color bishops is actually like backfiring him as much as like the threat like the pawn on f6 is weakened and like being threatened and everything. It's still
Mhm.
not enough to like create a winning position.
Yeah, because all the time Black will try to reach with the White's queen, force it to
Mm-hmm.
trade. Yeah, and so while they trade, the position will simplify way too much. So
Mm-hmm.
White simply don't have enough resources like to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
So probably this is the only line where like uh, the drawbacks of Rook B1 are proven, like the only one.
Yeah.
Probably I would change my mind for the third time in this position and still insist on Queen G3 right now, like post factum.
Yeah, this was not convincing enough.
Yeah, King G8 is very strong indeed. Well,
Yeah.
but it's still like not a tough move in terms of like excluding the options from
Yeah.
in the order from the worst to the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like King H6 was the worst move, and yeah, King J is simply clear.
Mm-hmm. Ace Nakamura game against Rapport is still alive.
Yeah, it is. I wonder how long they will like go for because doesn't look like there's like much progress being made.
While I'm trying to figure out how many consecutive games Firouzja played without the draw. So I think, yeah, he won against Rapport 2 days ago. Yesterday he lost to Nakamura. Before his game against Rapport, I don't remember what was his result. Did he lose to Caruana or
Yeah,
not?
he did.
But
Yeah, in
what?
round six.
Okay. Yeah, so it means he has like 4 decisive games in the last 4 days, like in last 4 rounds. But the only one went in his favor.
Yeah, he drew Ding in round 7. So maybe it's it's for. Oh no, he drew Radjabov in round 8.
Yeah, it was quite a long game. Agree.
Mm.
Yeah, so it means now it's round 11.
So 3 rounds in a
3
row.
rounds. Okay, not that many.
Maybe a lot in the candidates, but
Yeah, obviously.
yeah, generally not too crazy.
D4 is played. Yeah, so
Okay.
probably I believe Caruana realized that after rook f1 the position just fizzles out.
Yeah. So d4 after c takes e4, obviously wanting to play bishop b4. So how do you deal with this threat with black?
Good question. Not that clear after d4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe still we have to chase down the queen for some reason. It's like maybe now I can play bishop g3.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting one.
Like I expect you playing rook e1. Like that's one of the few sensible moves.
Yeah. Mm.
Then we can even take on d4, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes and make some move. Maybe not an easy one.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult because bishop c5 is obviously the threat.
Maybe I can try out something like that.
That looks nice.
And just continue just chasing down the queen. Still it's a game, and I would pick white, but maybe black is
Mm-hmm.
much closer to make a draw after d4. But it's a good practical chance.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can try, I don't know what we can try else. Like we can try queen h7 at once. Maybe it's not senseless at all.
Mm-hmm. But maybe as a queen h7, there's queen d5. Check first.
Yeah, that's tricky, I agree.
After queen f7, I take on c5 with the queen.
Yeah, that's a great idea, I agree.
I wouldn't even mind taking with the pawn.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, queen d5 is a very strong inclusion, I agree. Yeah, just a good practical chance, d4. That's what I like.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I'm failing to find the refutation, I consider d4 as a good move.
No, I think d4 is a good practical move because rook f1 was a difficult situation. It's not so simple anymore. This is creating some play at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ding has so much time on the clock, over an hour.
And
An hour and
Caruana
18 minutes.
and Caruana's down to 28 minutes
Yeah,
already.
and they're on move 47, so that means 13 more moves. So, I mean, it's not too bad for Fabiano, but if the position doesn't like change soon, that it becomes clear what the situation is, then I'll slightly be concerned at least.
The position is simple enough for that time on the clock that he possesses.
Hmm. We have a question in our YouTube chat. Is Queen C7 a choice? Probably asking if Queen C7 is like possible to play.
Right there?
Yeah, I believe so. Right here.
Mm, Yeah, but I'm trying to get the purpose of queen c7.
I'm not entirely sure because I think you can just take on c5 with the pawn.
Yeah, pretty much we can do anything. Like take with the pawn or even play d5. I was even concerned playing d5. Just to keep the pawns being connected. I think queen c7 is not an option, to be frank. But then we have to come up with something that we can recommend for Ding. Like bishop d3 is one of the moves. Like the other one, I believe. Is there not a lot of moves?
I think bishop d3 makes sense because we wanted to do that previously, but queen d5 check was the problem, and now that's not a move anymore.
I'm also curious about rook f8. It looks a bit harsh because we're weakening the f6 pawn, but maybe if we'll be in time to trade the queens and take on e4, we will be fine.
So what after d takes c5?
D takes c5. I thought we have some sort of perpetual. Do we? Or not really? Yeah, you take. No, yeah, I can take on e4 because the rook is hanging.
Oh yeah, I did not see that at first.
I didn't see either. So either.
Yeah, so we have to trade. Yeah.
Then it's a draw. Still a game, but seemingly a draw. Like rook e8. What else would do? White has rook e1 or e5. E5 feels a little bit unsafe because of c takes d4. This is one of the moves. The other one is to play queen h7 for all of a sudden, forcing white to take on h7. Like, I believe it will be enough to make a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting move.
So what do we have in the pipeline? Rook e8 and bishop d3.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously we cannot touch the c pawn. Yeah, bishop c6 it will be met by d5 easily, so that can't be the move.
Yeah, that's a pity. Like, I'm a little bit concerned with bishop d3, queen g6, queen g7. No, but obviously it's not enough because we're obliged to take, and the rook is hanging and the pawn is hanging. And if rook b7, at least rook f7 is possible to make a draw. So I found it quite safe in comparison to the position what Ding had just a few moves ago.
Yeah, true. Yeah, bishop d3 seems like a really strong move, and it's really hard to deal with for white. I mean, if you have to play rook e1, it doesn't feel right.
True.
Like, it defeats the purpose of rook b1 move.
And then after rook e1, we suggested c takes d4. Yeah, I think bishop has to take.
I even have queen b4, actually.
I was a bit worried of queen g6, I think.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is pretty forced.
But still, this position has to be fine for black. Rook
Mhm.
e1, bishop d. Yeah. So that was in the position. Bishop d3, rook e1 is played.
Okay.
Yeah, then black has to take on d4.
Yeah,
That's
now it's
another
the
move.
right time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if Fabiano does have some sort of advantage. I'm not entirely sure. Because the more pawns will be traded, like the less chances White
Mm-hmm.
has.
Yeah, black all the time will be chasing down the queen.
Hmm.
I'm not entirely sure how, but it gives me some sort of feeling that it won't be a big issue for them after bishop d4.
Hmm.
Because like using the method of excluding from the worst to the best, after rook e1 there is still not a lot of moves. Like c4 is not a move because of d5, I believe, and the pawn on c4 is useless since the bishop is stuck on d3.
Yeah.
So, and we have to short the material when we have slightly worse position.
Hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what Black is trying to do here. So this will be very difficult for White.
Yeah, and the draw will be the best possible result for Jan,
Hmm.
who then will be leading with 2 points ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even difficult to imagine how the tournament even the tournament just went the way it went.
Yeah, it's this was very unpredictable, and yeah, it's kind of sad to have the tournament like be ended so quickly, as in the winner will be decided very soon.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's very anticlimactic.
like a total absence of intrigue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe we have to set up the clock because Caruana visibly having how many? It's like 31 minutes or 31 seconds. I'm just curious.
I think it's minutes, yeah, but it is listed as seconds. It's incredible that the other game between Hikaru and Richard is still ongoing.
Let's take a quick look how Nakamura managed to keep the pawns on the board because I thought they will be all traded soon. I know the game still goes on,
Hmm.
but that should be a dead draw. I mean, like I don't know why he was even trying. He's a pawn up. He's in his full right. So it's clear that black shouldn't take on g4 or on e4 like by like themselves. So they have to
Hmm.
wait for white's king to escape from the angle to d3 and then take on g4 and play king g5 and some line.
Hmm.
And this is what actually Nakamura is trying to achieve. Like to put this king on d3 and ask for black what to do.
Yeah.
It's like I believe bishop b6 can be played or c5. Like bishop c5 is fine.
So, what is the problem exactly with f takes g4 or f takes e4 followed by king g5?
Yeah, the point being that we probably don't have to give up the tension as soon as possible because then the king goes to active f3 square.
And I thought king f4 maybe here.
Wow. Maybe it's even the best way how to proceed. Because of king d3, I believe you will play bishop c5
Yeah, it should be fine.
and make an easy one. Maybe I can try out some e5, but then again, bishop c5,
Yeah,
you're
bishop
taking the edge
c5
e4.
again. Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is nothing wrong with f takes e4 in this spot at all. I agree.
I can imagine Richard does not want to risk anything, but yeah, I think this is pretty straightforward if you can play king f4 first.
Yeah, no, he played bishop b6. I think again you just overcalculated them all. Yeah, f
Maybe
takes
they will repeat moves somehow.
uh maybe. Yeah, but
About
anyway,
time, I
like
think.
it shouldn't have take any sort of effect on the result.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop b6, I guess. I mean, it's a logical move. He controlled the squares d8 and d4, so the knight can't access them. But yeah, this should be a clear draw.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so Caruana is still the only one who has at least some practical chances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's put all our focus on Caruana's game.
Mm-hmm.
That endgame can be only interesting in terms of the theory, but not in terms of the practice. This is the current position indeed. C takes d4, bishop takes d4. And it's
Okay.
black to make a move. And just to mention, it's a game between Caruana and Ding, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is again not a lot to talk about, but black has to show up with some preciseness.
Yeah, absolutely. But what is nice for Ding is that he has a lot of time to do so, to think about his moves. So I don't expect him to make a misstep very quickly here. He has plenty of time to think, and I mean, there's not a lot of moves in a position either. Let's be honest, because the pawns can't move, and you don't want to move the rook at all. And yeah, you only have the queen and bishop left.
Just remind
And
me,
in this
please,
position, you have to move the queen.
what was wrong with queen h7?
I don't think we there was anything wrong. I think that was the move we were considering here.
But then after queen f3,
I think you can just
still it doesn't look awful, but bishop f6 can be a threat.
Yeah. Not so clear.
I'm pretty sure this position has to be like not equal, but has to be drawish in some way. But sometimes even with only 6 pieces on the board, like I don't count the king as a piece. Like two couples of major pieces and one pair of minor pieces is on the board, but it's still not easy to
Hmm.
to discover the like the best option.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there any other move that we can consider here for black? Because there's not a lot of moves and bishop c5 is the direct threat.
Mm-hmm.
Did we consider queen f7 already?
I believe we did not.
Maybe
But
not here.
yeah, but the move is absolutely, yeah, it's just good. But what's going on with rook e3?
Hmm.
And somehow I feel that like the difference between the kings can pay off for white.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e3 can be the move.
Yeah, it's like you cannot defend this pawn on f6 at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not at all.
I'm actually wondering, is there a way that you sacrifice, like you, if they take on f6 with the bishop, you take with the rook, and like you trade the queens, and like for there will be a position where you can take the pawn e4 with black, and f6 pawn will be captured, and like you'll sacrifice the exchange for it, but there will only be bishop against rook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if that is a draw or winnable for white.
Yeah, so let's suggest like at least an approximate line to find out how we can receive this sort of position.
Perhaps bishop c2 here.
Bishop c2, and then like what do we do? Because initially I've planned rook g3 or rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rook f3 is senseless, not senseless at all.
And here I was thinking maybe like something like queen e7. Even though that's dropping bishop c5. Okay, bishop c5, I'll take on e4.
Yeah, you're in time, absolutely.
Yeah. So after bishop takes f6, I mean, I can take on e4.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
but
can.
then queen takes g5, yeah.
No, but I thought it will be your plan.
Oh, yeah, this
No,
is fine.
but probably it's not a good one. Yeah, still tricky.
Yeah, it's so tricky. So this really requires a precise play.
And maybe it's not even equal. Maybe it's better for white, and sufficiently
Mm-hmm.
better. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like the king's safety is a very important thing in chess, and we
Mm-hmm.
have to claim that black's king is absolutely unsafe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes black's task to make a draw here so hard. Because you can never play king g7.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't play king g7, the f6 pawn will simply fall. So I'm curious if Ding can come up with a move that sacrifices the pawn f6 in a way that black can remain like having an equal position somehow.
Yeah, somehow I believe queen h7 will be played,
Mm-hmm.
because this is the sort of position where it's a bit difficult to stay, to shuffle the pieces. So it's easier to shuffle the queen than any other like piece at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know whether Nakamura is still trying. Like
He still is, yeah.
I feel like only a miracle can help him to win that
You know
kind of
what?
position.
Actually, I actually wonder how many moves they've played without the pawn move
Hmm.
because okay, if I'm seeing this correctly, the last pawn move was made 16 moves ago. So
Was it
if there's not
f3?
gonna be, it was g4.
G4, yeah, pardon me.
Yeah, so still like 34 moves, still
And another
50
long
move
way to
rule.
go.
Yeah, and I mean I'm pretty sure as soon as the pawns are traded, then there's nothing to play for anymore.
Hmm.
So they will go as long as possible without to trade.
Yeah, Nakamura just evaluated his chances in the tournament, and he will try to get use of any sort of opportunity
Mm-hmm.
because Rapport can't give this sort of opportunity unless, I mean, despite the fact that he's a very technical player. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, with his recent results, with his two consecutive losses in a row, if I'm not no, did he lose? Did he lose twice? I think so.
I don't recall.
Look, he lost in round 7 to Nepomnyashchy, then he bounced back against Duda in the very next round. Then I believe he
Mm-hmm.
played against. Mm, good question. Well, he lost to Ding yesterday, and the day before he lost to Alireza. So
Oh, right.
he overcame Alireza result uh, with even 4 games in a row without the draws.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's that sounds and looks a bit weird because he started with 6 draws in a row, and in next 4 games he had 0 draws. He had 4 decisive games. So he
Wow.
has like absolutely different two mm, halves of the tournament.
Yeah, it's actually insane. Yeah, in a way, making draws is not too bad, but you also need like to not lose anymore. So that
I
can be
I,
really costly.
I really do believe that in such a tournament with 14 rounds to go, like with 14 rounds, it's much easier to black out on the early stage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So yeah, it's also like a very it's a very tough tournament. I mean, like 14 rounds isn't nothing, and like there's so much preparation going into this tournament.
Mhm.
So the stakes are high, the level of play is really high. So
Yeah,
yeah, and
true.
the players need to be ready for this, obviously.
Hmm. All right. Yeah, Caruana definitely lacks a bit of material, and
Yeah.
his position just like disappearing from move by move. Well, like alongside with the pawns getting off the board.
Mhm.
So after bishop d4, queen h7 was our attempt to make a forced draw immediately.
Yeah.
Let's take a look whether we have another one. Just like let's claim that the queen has to stay on the 7th rank, not to allow queen g6 checks. So I believe after
Mhm.
bishop d4, yeah, it's hard.
Mm.
It's hard to find a move apart from queen h7, like in terms of logics.
How bad is the move rook? I was gonna say rook e8, but then queen g6 is
Yeah, it's a bit nasty.
very unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, black has to chase the queen.
Hmm.
Like you can play queen g4. But then we can, I think, opt for a counterplay with queen h4, queen e6, and rook f7,
Hmm.
if I'm not mistaken. You have rook c1, queen e4, rook c8.
Hmm.
I play king g7, you have Do you? Not really. Bishop f6, have rook f6.
Right.
Yeah, so just not a difficult task for Ding to find the moves that chase the queen. Yeah, obviously it has to be a draw.
Yeah, it should be.
But we have to underline the fact that Caruana came up with an interesting idea of putting his knight on g7. It looked quite weird to say the least, but then he somehow he carried on and managed to retrieve the knight from the like from being trapped. And well, he was pushing pretty much all the game.
Yeah, but I think not playing rook f1 was a decisive mistake because after that it got really difficult.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I agree. Like knight e7, I discovered that it's also a sensible move, and like black were just in time to protect everything. Queen h7 is played.
Okay.
Yeah, just a normal move.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You have to do something. Queen f3, okay.
Yeah, like the only way to continue the game is to not trade the queens.
Yeah. And how does black continue here? Because the bishop is now under attack, so I guess, yeah, do you want to play bishop b5 and be safe, or do you want to play bishop c4 now?
Yeah, bishop c4 is a valid option also.
Yeah.
Like I would try queen h4, but then I realized that g3 is a move. Maybe bishop c4, bishop b5. Because bishop c4 allows a crucial tempo, but I don't know how crucial it is. And now like rook c6 is hanging. Maybe like bishop c4, rook c1, bishop b5. And white has no squares to invade. But probably they can take on f6. That's another question.
Yeah.
Still, from the practical perspective of view, it's not clear at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm curious to see what happens after like taking on f6. Like if white captures his pawn on f6, what could black possibly do? Because I think like obviously white will be up a pawn, but is it enough to have to like get a winning position at some point? Because I feel like it's pretty simple for black to stop the pawn.
Well, it depends on whether like the queens are traded. So if we steal the pawn from on f6, like for nothing, not trading the queens, not yielding in any sort of strategy, obviously black's position would be bad. But if we trade the queens and take on f6, I believe it will be a draw. Maybe the game will last longer, but it will be a draw still. Because black has almost no weaknesses apart from f6 one.
Yeah, but maybe if you like capture the pawn f6, then g5 also becomes weak. That's my concern.
Yeah, sort of, but I'll put it on g4, put the bishop on e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would agree with you that I agree with you that it would be a game, a long one, which is absolutely not in our favor.
Yeah, I mean, these players have so much time on their clock, so and they make very little progress. I mean, obviously Fabiano is like trying to go for something here, but there's not a lot to talk about than what we discussed
Yeah,
already.
true, true. All right. So basically, this is the last chance for Caruana because I'm talking about Caruana because only him I can imagine winning this game against Ding, despite the fact that it is almost a draw. Only White is the side who is trying to cause some damage. Like
Mm-hmm.
if Caruana draws today, the tournament, like from the practical point of view, is just over. If he wins, there is still some slight mm, chunk of hope, I would say,
Mm-hmm.
to reach Jan Nepomnyashchy, but yeah, the chances look quite miserable.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll have to see if Fabiano can make something happen today. He would deserve that, honestly, but it looks like a very difficult task.
Yeah, I mean, despite losing 2 games in this tournament, still his level of consistency is somewhat mm, like that makes you like respect him, to say the least. Like
Mm-hmm.
he's still piling up the points and the position with a little advantage, creating a lot of problems, like having a very solid opening repertoire, not giving any sort of chances in the opening. He knows he's lying well, but yeah, he's lacking a little bit of luck. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he wasn't able to find bishop f1 in his game against Nepomnyashchy. Let's agree that it was on that his responsibility, it was his fault. But in other
Yeah,
games,
absolutely.
for example, in his game against Hikaru, yeah, just maybe despite the fact that the line is quite playable, I didn't like the opening decision, opting for the rook against the pair of minor pieces with a full board of pieces, and he got
Mm-hmm.
outplayed quickly. So he still is considered to be a very concrete player, as let's say Alireza, but obviously with a way more profound and bigger like wisdom, if I can say so.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Yeah.
So somehow, yeah, I think we all feel sorry for Caruana because he's playing
Mm-hmm.
very fighting chess, but not able to reach Nepomnyashchy in this particular tournament. Mm, I believe
And
we shouldn't blame him like way too much. He's still doing great. He's increasing rating in this like a normally strong tournament, just incredibly strong. And well, if he'll manage to score +3 or +4, it would be a great result for him in terms of points. But yeah, once again, I think +3 will be enough for him to qualify to the World Championship match, as I mentioned. So now, really, Caruana's fate in terms of playing the match only like depends on Carlsen's decision to play it or not.
yeah, I would not want to be in that situation to be dependent on someone else, you know?
But the history already shown up this sort of like there's already been some sort of precedence. For example, yeah, I believe 1998 match. Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Shirov who had to play against Kramnik instead of
Mm-hmm.
like had to play against Kasparov instead of Kramnik. But I wonder they didn't find like the sponsorship for the match. And I
Mm-hmm.
believe, mm, yeah, so somehow Kasparov played against Kramnik instead of Shirov. And then it's been a very peculiar match between Leko and Kramnik in 2004 under
Mm-hmm.
the patronage of Professional Chess Association. Like it's like PCA, or I don't remember like how it's
I
spelled.
believe, yeah.
Yeah, and Kramnik was in that particular match. He was quite lucky to remain, like, to keep the crown because they've played 7-7, and in last 14th game, Kramnik was losing to Leko, and he won the last game. And due to the regulations of the match, they had no tiebreak, and if the match ends in a draw, the champion like still like holds the crown.
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
a bit unfortunate.
yeah, but it's been like there has been some a few occasions where the reigning champion refused to play the champion, like the match for the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's been the first one, I believe, was, could it be Fischer?
Yeah, possibly.
Like Karpov became a world champion not even playing for the world championship title in 1972.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. And then he played those matches against Korchnoi in Baguio. Yeah, so that was the case. And the next one, well, let's claim no, but like Kramnik deserves the title normally. Just he won against Gary Kasparov. Like probably not losing even a single game and winning a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he won +2 in London in 20, like in year 2000. So Fischer
Mm-hmm.
was the first one to refuse, who refused playing the championship match. Like, unless there have been some guys like Max Avey, because I remember the stories about Alechin, who was kind of an undisputed world champion.
Yeah. Yeah, very long history, and yeah, we're also making history today.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, this result of Nepo will definitely go in the books because it's outstanding, and yeah, I don't remember exactly the scores in the previous candidates tournaments, but I don't believe it was so convincing as this tournament.
Well, it was still convincing, but not that much. He scored +3. I think he
Mhm.
won like 4 and lost 1 to Maxim Vashelagraf, but still like +3 in that sort of tournament. Yeah, it's an outstanding achievement.
Mhm.
And if he qualifies twice in a row, he will follow the, like, not the fate, but the achievement of Spassky, Smyslov, and I believe Korchnoi. There were only 3 players, like in the franchise history of chess, who were able to qualify twice in a row for the World Championship match.
Mhm. Wow.
I'm not very good in chess history. Like my former coach Dmitry Krakin, who is like a very mm, like well-known historian in the chess world and chess society. He taught me some things. Some things I've learned from
Mhm.
the books. Some things uh, mm, I've been told, like by my friends, by other chess colleagues.
Mhm.
And uh, also I've read quite an interesting book. I'm curious whether it can be interested to anyone. It's like literally its name is like KGB plays chess. So like KGB, it's like a special, it's like CIA,
It's like
and
FBI, right?
yeah, it's like FBI, but in a very bad sense of the word.
Mhm.
To be honest, probably,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I believe so like I've been living in Russia. I have a right to to tell the truth. So, and that was it's a very interesting book indeed, and I believe there is some few translations been made of it. So it's a book written by Boris Gulko, former USSR chess champion, I think Viktor Korchnoi, and
Mm-hmm.
like more or less well-known writer with surname Felshtinsky. So it's a book about the state of uh, the chess in the Soviet Union and
Mm-hmm.
about how the party, like the Communist Party, influenced the chess, how like how it influenced the chess in the Soviet Union. And I've discovered a very uh, interesting and very unexpected things about but obviously with the like minus, with the negative, from the negative perspective of view.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Well, obviously I had the clue that KGB is can never be like a good agency, a
Yeah,
good
yeah, that
thing, but like
doesn't
how
have like a positive ring to
reputation.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but Spassky, like Boris Spassky, famous world champion, he was he is married to probably former worker of the French embassy, and he's been one of the fewest chess players in the Soviet Union who was kind of against the like the political flow, if I can say so, like
Mm-hmm.
the direction of the party, and they've done pretty bad things to him. So they tried
Oh
to
wow.
poison him.
Oh wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I've discovered a lot of things that kind of make me feel like kind of bring me some sort of deja vu feeling, because nowadays we sometimes face the same methods. I mean, if I'm talking about Russia in particular, like the methods are pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure if there is any sort of, if there is any translations of this book, but I strongly recommend the chess fans to read it just as
Mm-hmm.
like a novel. I mean, you can read it just at once because it's quite entertaining and exciting.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for the recommendation.
Yeah, like you're welcome. That's one of the fewest chess books or chess related books I read in my life.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of exciting ones. I don't really read a lot of books myself because I read already like a lot for university. But yeah, I think they're really, it can be really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, just to sum up, according to like the conclusion in the book, like Botvinnik and Karpov were like the most uh, like party involved chess players in all entire Soviet Union. I
Wow.
believe so.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
And then you had to show up with some real bravery in order to
Mm-hmm.
just escape the Soviet Union, and as Korchnoi did. So
Mm.
yeah, meanwhile, Korchnoi, recently there has been a film in uh, like a new film made by some mm, Russian producer about the match between Korchnoi and Karpov, and obviously Korchnoi was represented only from like the bad side of him in their point of view. But not to mention the fact that his Korchnoi son was prosecuted by USSR authorities, like
Mm-hmm.
from and Korchnoi played his championship match while his son was in prison.
Oh wow.
Obviously, it's partially and obviously it took some effect on the result of the match.
So in the chat, it's being said that Korchnoi actually fled to the Netherlands, I believe, and later went on to Switzerland. And he's the only chess player to become national champion in 3 countries, I believe.
Yeah,
That's really impressive.
I believe so. Yeah, so then I believe he was married to Petra Levrik, And Petra also had not an easy fate because she was imprisoned in Soviet Union as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Korchnoi had a very yeah, like he was an old school man, an old school like his behavior was probably a bit um I can't say rough and I can't say uh like any bad word in like in his address, but yeah, it only the fate influenced him to be like that personality. But I respect Krishna. He was like fighting against regime and like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean it's obvious that the match he played against Karpov in 1978 in Baguio like was like without a doubt it was affected by the authorities of the Soviet Union, by the KGB and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's how the party helped Karpov to become a world champion.
Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, politics is it's a pretty crazy topic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed. Yeah, well, besides Karpov was just a huge player. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we shouldn't underestimate him by all means. But I believe that partially the party, the Communist Party affected and KGB affected the result of the match between Korchnoi and Karpov.
Wow. Yeah, I actually wasn't aware of this. I know very little about chess history. Not that I'm not interested. I just did not have time to like look into it much. But that's really interesting.
Well, to say the least, I can't say I'm very familiar with like the history of World Championship matches. Like I barely, to be honest, and shame to me, I barely remember the games in those matches. Maybe like I've started following the matches since uh, well, like the first match in terms of time I've been looking at was the match between Alechin and Capablanca in 1921, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was just curious about the game's like all career of Capablanca as the world
Mm-hmm.
champion, like the third world champion, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was the third after Lasker, and like his all chess way, his entire career was like very interesting, really.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so he won the match in 1921 against Lasker, then lost to Alechin, and then I believe Alechin was the one who didn't lose the match. And then I don't remember how Max Avey, the Dutch Grandmaster World
Yeah.
Champion, like the man you can be proud of, became
Mm-hmm.
the world champion. He also, just to mention, he was the FIDE president in some years.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Uh, I I'm not. Yeah, I believe Alechin lost the match against Avey once,
It was
probably.
1935.
Yeah. Well, I completely forgot about the current game between Caruana and
No,
Ding.
it's interesting to hear about those stories. I would never hear them otherwise.
No,
Well,
I believe you would, but like,
I
while
haven't
there's
so far.
nothing really going on in the game between Caruana and Ding, we can make some sort of like uh historical flashbacks, I would say so.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
All right, like rook c8, bishop d6, I expect to be played.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And yeah, I mean, I don't think we're. I mean, I'm failing to see how White can make progress because I feel like soon the pawns will be traded.
Yeah. I believe now black is in a risk-free zone, so
Mm-hmm.
probably we can take a small break and be back shortly. I believe a lot of things, like in the games between Nakamura, Rapport, and Caruana and Dink, will will change in that period of time.
everyone. This is the FIDE Candidates 2022. Here, a commentary on the World Chess, and we still have 2 games left in the round 11. The 2 games, one of them seems to be heading to a draw, but the players are still going on for quite some time. And in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Ding Liren, we have some action. So let's take a look.
Yeah, so probably still Caruana has some tiny chances to win the game. Obviously, he is not risking at all with such a strong pawn on e7 and the pressure on f6 pawn. Yeah, I'm curious how black should proceed there.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous with the pawn on e7, but luckily for black, the promotion square is very well defended, and it looks like with the bishop on b5, this pawn is never promoting. So with precise play, I think should be a simple draw.
Mm-hmm.
Queen f4 now played, attacking the bishop.
Yeah, let's sum up that while the queen will be sent off the board, the position will be easily holdable for black. So white's main objective is to keep the queens on the board as long as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so after queen f4, what should white do here? Because, okay, bishop e3 has been played.
Yeah, it's a bit tough to guess all the moves because I've been considering only bishop b2 for some reason.
Yeah, I was also considering that.
Well, but bishop e3 is played instead, but somehow it gives me a feeling that black has something on the spot. I mean, in terms of trading the queens and etc.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could be. I was considering queen a4, but queen e6 worries me a bit.
I mean, queen.
Or even queen a4, yeah. Queen a4, queen e6, and then queen takes a5.
Wow. No, but then bishop d4. This is something
Yeah,
I think
g5,
you're a
yeah.
bit risking. Now, queen g3 I like, so he pins
Yeah,
me.
that's good, yeah. It's more natural. And also prepares bishop c6 potentially, so maybe white should be worried now.
Yeah, true. Like for instance, if queen b4, I would expect rook c2 to be played.
Yeah, that's also a problem.
Like the only thing that disturbs me a bit that after bishop c6, white can promote a knight. No, it will not be a queen, it will be a knight. No, for real, no joke.
Yeah, I know. It was just funny that
No,
you're not
but
able to promote two
no, but
knights.
then if it is knight and king g6,
Oh,
like white has rook e2, but
yeah.
somehow like just like the dances are starting.
So what about rook c4, rook g4 instead of bishop c6?
Good idea. Like the only problem that after rook c4 there is queen b. Ah no, pardon me, queen e1. Yeah, you're right.
Not that I saw queen takes b5, but
Well, but your intuition is just flawless.
yeah, I see things like I see the moves, but I see them with the wrong reasons.
Then it means you should trust your intuition more in the practical games, just in real life.
True.
Yeah, so but apart from rook c4 and even queen g3, I thought maybe queen c4 was an option. But okay, like queen g3 I think doesn't hurt much. Queen b4, like one of the fewest reasonable options. Yeah, but then it turns out rook c4 is a move. And after queen d2, can we try out rook e4 or it has no sense at all?
I like rook e4, yeah. It stops any sort of counterplay.
Yeah,
But
like
okay, maybe it doesn't do much.
bishop f2.
Mm.
Queen b4, rook c4 is your bet. My bet is
Yes.
rook c2, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d2. But somehow I feel rook c4 will be played because rook c2 looks a bit shaky.
Yeah, bishop d2 defends the rook, and the rook is defending the pawn as well to promote. So yeah, maybe that is not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
So on which move are they? They're on move 50.
59. Like 58, pardon me.
58,
So
yeah.
just 2 moves until
Okay,
the
okay.
the stage 3 begins.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like rook c4, queen d2. Like it's still a bit difficult to create a direct threat.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
basic
you could play rook c2 actually.
instead of rook c4, you mean?
No, after queen d2.
Oh. Yeah, it looks interesting indeed. And that could be a draw. Like queen b4, rook c4
Yeah.
isn't just a forced one. So
Yeah.
it was just a great idea. Rook c2. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like funny enough, we have bishop f2 in this position, but like after rook d2, bishop g3, king
King
f7, there is
f7.
just 0 chances to win the game.
Yeah.
And
I would almost be worried about White's position now.
yeah,
Almost.
but yeah, I believe players would agree and draw with this e7 pawn. I don't believe there can be any sort of difficulties for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but that's funny indeed. I believe, yeah, rook c4, queen d2 looks like a very logical end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, what else can Ding opt for here instead of rook c4, rook c2? I mean, you're not gonna play a move like king f7.
No, he'll not.
Yeah,
Like rook
so
c4
it's logical.
is very forcing. If
Mm-hmm.
bishop queen b5, once again we have queen e1, the move we both blundered. But you were the one who suggested rook c4, so well, I don't mean it was on your responsibility, but
It's fine. It's yeah.
no,
It's
I'm
fair.
just kidding.
I'll take the responsibility of that.
All right, rook h8. Oh
Oh
my.
wow! I actually did not consider that. We did consider it through
Yeah,
h4, but
yeah, through h4, no. I've considered through c4 and h4, but through
yeah.
h8, yeah, this is something new. And
Well, the
like
threat
Ding,
is direct.
is it?
Well, the threat is queen. Oh, actually, okay. The king runs to f2, and then
Yeah, like it's mutual. It's not like mutual zugzwang, but the mutual absence of ideas.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what can be the potential threat. Maybe rook h2 indeed, or bishop
Yeah.
c6. e8.
Oh wow. Oh, this seems like they're gonna like trade everything now. Rook takes e8 and bishop f2.
Yeah, but why not e8 knight?
Too lazy to pick up the knight? I don't know.
Yeah, probably
Wanted to
just an
promote the
absence of
queen.
extra knights because nobody expect them to promote the knights. No, but they're already 4 knights captured, so he could easily
Yeah.
take from the.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably worried about king g6.
Yeah, it can be. Fair enough.
Not sure what the difference is between this and that position, besides the material, but
Yeah, but it would take some sort of extra consideration, not real, like
yeah.
extra calculations absolutely
Hmm.
necessary. Yeah, like e8 queen indeed is a better move. Like black can include a pair of checks. Funny enough.
Yeah. That was really funny.
Yeah, but what's the idea? Like if rook takes e8, probably bishop f2
Yeah, and
will.
I think Fabiano is ready to trade everything and go for a draw.
No, but is it a draw? I mean, like couldn't black try to play for the victory? Or not really? It's like, for example, I play
Mm,
queen g4.
yeah, maybe. Imagine if Ding can turn the tables.
Well, practically speaking, it's a very low chance of it, but like black is a
Hmm.
pawn up, and I don't see the reason for stop playing with black pieces. So actually, rook h8 was a very like it was a good move in terms of um, becoming an upper hand in an equal position.
Hmm.
So he forced white to push e8.
Yeah, pretty
Like
much.
for all of a sudden, that was the position after e7. I barely expected black to win the c7 pawn, but then he just bishop d4, queen f4, bishop e3. They were like dancing, and then all of a sudden, white just gave up the pawn.
Hmm.
Obviously, an achievement for Ding, but still, like the position is drawish, but not like absolutely equal unless there's some sort of the forcing line which trades the rooks and queens. Like with the queens on the board, it's still a little game, but like
Yeah, maybe he's considering to play Queen H2 first, and then take on E8.
what is the difference is
The difference
that,
is that there's no bishop F2.
well, you bet. He didn't play rook e8, so he's considering a queen h2.
Yeah.
So it will be another correct prediction made by you. Yeah, like queen h2, it has a clear sense. King f2, rook e8. Like probably I see a very funny perpetual, if it is a perpetual. I thought bishop g5 can like equalize it once. Rook takes
Hmm.
even bishop f6 is a draw, I believe. But like queen e1, pawn takes, check, and then the checks just go. Because black cannot trade the queens because the angle is wrong. It doesn't
Hmm.
suit the color of the bishop. You can play king
Hmm.
g8, but then like once again it has to be a draw.
Yeah, right.
But Ding would definitely try this one out. Like I'm failing to find a good check. If we take on g5, there is king f7, and white has to be careful. Queen h2 is played, king f2. Great inclusion, great idea.
Wow. Suddenly, it's Ding playing for a win here.
Well, it's like a lot of moves there. But bishop g5, if it is making a draw by force, then it has to be played.
Hmm.
But black doesn't have any direct threats, so we can try out some normal moves. Like um well, but then it's not that clear. Because like hypothetically, if we take the queens off the board, Then black start pushing the king side, and it won't be like an easy task to make a draw because we have a5, a6 pawns included on the board, and white
Mm-hmm.
has to keep an eye on those pawns.
Yeah.
Like bishop g5 has to be calculated precisely in my point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Like rook takes,
Yeah, queen takes.
I believe queen takes,
Mm-hmm.
pawn takes, queen e7, king g8.
It
Like,
might get tricky.
yeah, it might get tricky, obviously. For example, if we make some sort of stubborn checks. No, but I probably just the king doesn't leave the the center. Like we can make another check.
And then queen e5.
Yeah, but then we trade. It can't really fight.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, you can trade, yeah. Huh.
Like this is the most precise decision if it is a draw. Bishop g5.
Mm-hmm.
Like otherwise, if you keep all the pieces on the board, then it becomes a game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm still curious why Nakamura is still in the game against Rapport.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's going on there.
Well, it will be over quite soon. It's just a draw.
Okay, bishop d8. Is there any ways? Yeah, I mean, the pawn on e6 looks scary, but I think as long as the bishop stays on the diagonal, it should be fine.
Yeah, bishop d8 is the most logical. Like the other one, bishop d6, wasn't convincing at all because of knight e5, I believe. But even knight e5 makes leads to an easy draw.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a draw in any way. Well, I don't expect any sort of surprise in this game, to be honest. So we can move to the game
Yeah,
between.
this should end in a draw soon. But Hikaru's still trying.
Well, like afterwards of the game, he can claim he was a piece up when he plays knight d5 f7, but not being able to convert it. All right, yeah. Back to Caruana against Ding and the crucial moment of the game.
Yeah.
No, queen g4 was played.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No, but then like what's wrong with queen e5?
Yeah,
This would
that seems logical.
no, the problem after queen e5 that white can simply play king g1 back and like
Same idea, yeah. Or
bishop
queen
f2 will
d4
be.
works too.
Hmm. So all the time white will be chasing black's queen to and
Mm-hmm.
forced to trade.
Yeah.
Like obviously black will not obey, but they cannot really progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen g4, interesting move. Obviously threatening bishop takes g5 in
Hmm.
a way. But yeah, black is not gonna allow that to happen.
Yeah, indeed. Can we try out rook e5, or it's a bit strange in terms of like
Hmm.
cutting the rope to the black's queen on h2? Yeah, that could be a bit strange in a way. Like rook takes e1, there is queen g5 check. Like black has to be aware of that sort of opportunities.
Yeah.
In that very moment, I think it's a good idea to activate the chat and ask the spectators to ask us or discuss with us some like some picky topics, some interesting questions.
I have a question for you. I have been told that that you were maybe a few years ago on like a TV show where
Yeah,
you were playing a simul while playing the piano. How was
yeah,
that?
that's true. Well, obviously it was a little bit unexpected to me, and frankly speaking, I started preparing for it just 3 or 4 months before the performance.
Oh
But
wow.
thanks to my good childhood, I've been engaged with very different like sorts of activities thanks to my parents. So I'm playing piano since I was 5.
Oh
So I
wow.
graduated from the music school, but like recently I haven't been playing much. But that's like one of the things I can that's my, I would say, hobby number one,
Mhm.
apart from any other kinds of sports. But it's like yeah, regarding the performance, obviously it was much way more difficult to concentrate on piano than on chess, because like playing blindfold, this is more or less you make automatically with like if you have like a sufficient practice before. So I've
Mhm.
been practicing for a sufficient period of time, and then like I could have played like 5, 6, 7 boards. Like obviously sometimes I made some mistakes in terms of like if somebody distracts me, I can remember the last move of the position. But like if you're getting used to it, it's you just make it work kind of kind of mechanical, kind of.
Mhm.
And yeah, so the worst thing was to concentrate on music, and especially um, when the showman forces you to ask you to switch the melody, and you have like 3 games in your mind, and you have like the certain order of the musical like
Mhm.
pieces, the melodies you are planning to play. Yeah, it distracts you a bit, but
Yeah,
not
it's
really.
yeah, it's insane. I was really impressed because my mom also used to play the piano, like very actively, very it's like since childhood. I never really played the piano myself, but it's one achievement to like play multiple games blindfolded, like a simul blindfolded, and then also on top of that play the piano. So yeah, that was really awesome to see.
Yeah, it was quite funny because I think Timur Gareev, the world records holder in the number of blindfold games at the same time, was participating in the same show. So
Ooh.
obviously, like I fill out the form and I've been asked like what you can do else. Because initially it was a plan just to play several blindfold games. So like I've been training with my like chess friends to keep up in mind like up to 10 boards. But then when I've known that Gireev will participate in the same show, I had like I've been asked whether I can be useful in something else. So I yeah, I told I'm not that bad in piano, like probably, and they decided to like find out how much I am. So and then they asked like they told me like that your performance will be related both with chess and piano.
Oh wow. And what kind of like show was it? Was it like
Yeah, it's
just like
like,
a one-time performance?
well, then like it was like semifinals, then it was like finals. And yeah, yeah, I think it's just more or less a similar show, like in every European, every like country in the world, like I don't know, let's say
Like a
in
contest.
yeah, like India Got Talent or Britain Got
Yeah,
Talent,
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
whatever.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. I yeah, some of my friends already share a bit of excitement of this performance, but I'm trying to explain that like it's rather experience and at least some sort of uh, like extra like of me being genius. Of course not, it's just an experience.
No, I don't think like for example, I don't think Magnus could do that. I don't know as far as I know he doesn't play the piano or anything like that. So
Yeah, I doubt that he plays piano. Otherwise, I think I would know it.
yeah, exactly. So I don't think a lot of people can do the same because it's one thing to like do this with in chess and then at the same time combine it with piano and maybe there's like a lot of like grandmasters that are capable of doing a blindfold simul, but adding a piano to it is like really a big element.
Yeah, this is somewhat I'm a little bit proud of, to say the truth. But like I think there are just few grandmasters playing the piano. I
Mm-hmm.
know there is a grandmaster from Germany, um, I think Dr. Jan Sprenger,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we played the piano in 2018 European Club Cup, and I've been impressed with his level of play. He played very nice pieces like from like Isaac Albeniz, one Spanish composer. He had a very famous tango. You can you can listen to it afterwards. It's a very
Mm-hmm.
like famous piece. So we were like sharing expressions and playing not four hands, unfortunately. Maybe sometime we'll play four hands. Like yeah, I have to say I have like a very interesting dialogue with. I have an interesting conversation with the younger Van Forest brother, who also
Mm.
plays the piano.
Oh
So
really?
yeah, yeah. So we've been sharing like our opinions regarding the classical composers like Chopin, Rachmaninoff, Tchaikovsky, and others.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes I'm trying to influence him to play the same like piece I've been playing recently. Yeah, that's
Wow, I
an
had no idea.
yeah, yeah.
Lucas, right?
I was also yeah, Lucas, right? Well, frankly speaking, I never heard him playing. But like all the time he tells me like he plays. I believe he's not playing, so we have to figure it out. He's not bluffing.
I
He's
don't
very
know. I have no idea. I can imagine he's the type of person that would bluff.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just don't expect it, like out
Yeah,
of
I don't
nowhere.
know. Yeah,
Well,
he's the type of guy that loves to joke around, I think, but he could be serious. I don't know.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I believe, yeah, we had a very profound conversation regarding the
Mm-hmm.
classical composers, and I've been pretty much impressed. And talking
Wow.
about the people who were like, ambidextrous in terms of two different types of work, if I can
Mm-hmm.
say so. I just know the precise word for it, like being both, like good at both, like at the same
Mm-hmm.
time. And former Magnus Carlsen coach Simon Agnestein. He played for Norway football team,
Mm-hmm.
like for the national team, and
The
even
national
scored a
team,
goal
yeah.
once. It was like
Wow.
back to 1988 or 1989, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he's been doing really great. And
Wow.
regarding other chess players, well, probably Kenneth Rogov, the chess grandmaster and like well-known economist.
Not familiar, no.
And yeah, the Kenneth Rogov and Victoria Chmelita, like the leader of the Lithuanian
Yeah.
Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
I think also Dana Reiznice Ozula, female grandmaster.
True, yeah.
She's been like I believe she was like a minister of economy in Latvia or minister like
Yeah, I think Minister of something, yeah.
and I've heard some rumors for her like applying for the president of European Bank.
Oh.
So she's done pretty good career in like
Mm-hmm.
like behind the chess things.
Absolutely, yeah. She's also involved in FIDE.
Yeah, nowadays, but now
So
it's more chess related work. So no, but like
okay,
she's
yeah.
being like absolutely apart from chess for some period of her life, and that's
Mm-hmm.
pretty impressive. That not a lot of people can be proud of being like good at both. I believe. Well, 3 years ago, I played against Luke McShane, like very strong English grandmaster.
Mm-hmm.
He was a kind of a prodigy, like back to zeros, back to late 90s. Maybe he became a grandmaster at age 15 or 14. And
Hmm.
then I think I've heard some rumors for him. Like I don't remember him asking directly, but he's been working like in the bank as a top analyst.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
that's impressive.
he's been doing great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, you don't see often strong chess players having two careers. Especially because the chess is like so taxing. You need to spend so much time on it, and
Hmm.
combining it with a full-time job is pretty much like impossible. So yeah, it's impressive that people can have like those two careers really like the good high level.
Hmm. I believe there has been some other cases of being like regarding the music. I know that Taimanov was a very good pianist, despite the fact he. Yeah, yeah. So Taimanov was just a great pianist. He even gave some concerts in St. Petersburg,
Mm-hmm.
and Mikhail Tal played on piano as well. Quite like he was very good as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like I cannot compare their levels because I've never heard of them. But according the fact that Tal had only three fingers on one of his hands and he played piano brilliantly, well, he fully deserves a lot of respect for it.
Wow, absolutely.
Smyslov was very good in singing, and I believe one of my mates received a disc, like the recordings of his like works
Mm-hmm.
of his like songs he sang. Yeah, I'm trying to recall other stories which I'm familiar with. Yeah, but like the connection between the sport and chess like fully shows off in the Agdestein case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really impressive.
Like among the current players, because I'm keen on sports. I love basketball. I think I'm like recently I became even better in basketball than in football. So
Oh.
yeah, I played against like in basketball, there like Grishuk plays very well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the best basketball player in the chess history.
Wow.
Well, I believe Alexander Indrich has to be good at basketball as well, regarding his height. And
Yeah,
among,
Gershuk is also really tall, right?
well, yeah, like maybe 190 something. So
Okay,
yeah, but
okay.
we like a year ago we played basketball, and I can prove he's very good at it. And in football, I think Salem Saleh, Magnus is playing good.
Mm-hmm.
I played him I think twice, and Salem Saleh is very strong. Mm, I believe, yeah, Alexander Motylev, Kirill Alexeyenko, among the foreigners, like apart from Russian players, there is plenty of good players. But I believe like Salim is very strong. He's
Mm-hmm.
one of the best.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I happen to know that Lucas participated in the Dutch Championship of arm wrestling.
Hmm.
So that's also really cool.
Yeah, yeah, he told me the facts. Yeah, so this is somewhat he can be proud of.
Yeah, yeah, he's gotten really strong. I obviously know him since like childhood. We grew up in the same area. Like, I mean, not like literally the same area, but like close. Like our provinces were like next to each other. We saw each other often in tournaments. So it's funny to like see him grow up, and he
Hmm.
has changed a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy. There's a there's so many stories about so many interesting stories about chess players.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I know a lot of examples, like apart from like the chess life. For example, the famous physician, Niels Bohr, I believe, won 1922 Nobel Prize winner.
Oh.
He was playing for the Danish national football team.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, he like for he was a close friend of Albert Einstein for a very sufficient period of time.
Wow.
And obviously mm, what he was given to the modern physics is undisputable. He's one of the greatest like scientists all the time.
Wow. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with like people that have two big careers, but yeah, I definitely heard of some of the names you mentioned.
Yeah, I may recall the other ones. Like I'm keen on like reading out some useless but interesting facts,
Mm-hmm.
just to entertain the people I'm trying to do right now. Like
uh,
meanwhile, Caruana is like a pawn down and suffering a bit. I don't know if he'll be capable of making a draw in this position, but now it looks a bit unpleasant.
I mean, mm, I think it's still holdable. I mean, he can put the bishop on b6, king on f2, and good luck to black in with converting this, making progress.
True, true.
Like rook on e2, and yeah,
Yeah, I believe Black's plan is to put the rook on the second rank, like play f4
yeah.
and aim g4, g3.
Mm-hmm.
It can be annoying a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's crazy to think that Fabiano was the one pushing for a win. He was doing really well, and suddenly he's down a pawn and no counterplay, and he has to hope for a draw.
Yeah, but like suddenly I figured out that it's a bit difficult for Black to pull out the rook. Yeah, so let's say you
Yeah.
play king g4. Yeah, but then you pull it out easily. You play rook e7 or rook h8. No, but rook h8 has no sense.
Is rook
So
e3 now?
yeah, rook e3, but then like f4 and king f5. But this is somewhat you're aiming for because you have a hook you can play g3.
Hmm, true.
Well, at least try to. So rook
But
e3
yeah, you
can be
can't
fun.
really stop it anyways.
Yeah, yeah. You just need to be ready against it for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is it's going to be tough for Fabiano,
Hmm.
but I think it will still be a draw. But it's gonna take some time, I think.
Actually, regarding the topic of the speech,
Mm-hmm.
like currently there is a plenty of former football players and not only football players who became quite a successful politicians.
Oh.
Yeah, for example, I know like the former player of AC Milan football club, Kaha Kaladze, is the current mayor of
Yeah,
Tbilisi.
true. Yeah, I know about that one.
Yeah, so now like some boxers like Vitali, I think Vladimir or Vitali. I may probably Vladimir Klitschko is the mayor of Kiev.
Hmm.
Like what else among the? I think George Weah, the former gold ball, like Ballon d'Or winner in 1995, is the president of, I believe, Liberia, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
So like it's a good argument for the sport, like for the sporting career. While you finish it, you have a good opportunity to at least you have a lot of people who are who will support you if you were good in like any kind of sport. So if you're a
Mm-hmm.
good football player and you've been bringing medals and titles for your national team, like the people will go and vote for you, like no matter like how good you are in politics, because
Mm-hmm.
they just trust you and they believe you're a good person because you've helped your country already.
True. Yeah. Yeah, that has some truth in it. Yeah. Yeah, those people are like a little bit biased,
Hmm.
the person. Yeah, there's just not much happening in the game. Rookie 7. I'm
Well,
curious to see how Black can make progress here. I mean,
uh,
f4 King f5 makes sense.
then he'll play rook d7, rook d2.
Hmm, okay.
And Ding, if he wins today against Caruana, will score his second consecutive game with black pieces. It would be
Wow.
an outstanding result for him indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Like Nepomnyashchy, but Nepomnyashchy won 3 games with black pieces in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's marvelous.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Yeah, the question doesn't have questions, unfortunately. But they seem to enjoy the conversation we had.
Well, I hope so. Yeah, I think like the spectators can also surprise us with some unknown facts that I haven't mentioned, and I believe I didn't mention a lot.
There was something mentioned that Siebrecht is one of the tallest GMs, but I'm not sure how tall he is.
Mm, well, probably. Yeah, like among the heights, like regarding the height of the grandmasters, like the elite is probably like in average is higher than like non-elite players because we have like Kramnik, who is pretty high, Grishuk,
Mm-hmm.
um, well like Svidler, I think Nigel Short, like all time.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of high players.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Richard Rapport, I believe he's pretty high, maybe 190.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's why I'm not a grandmaster. I'm not too tall.
Well, but like I didn't know the situation in the women's chess, to be honest.
um. Hmm. I'm not entirely. I don't think there's like a big correlation or something. Like there's not like a lot of tall women.
Obviously not. I mean, like, I'm just talking about the coincidence.
No,
Nothing.
no. I was thinking like I know Victoria is very tall, but I think that's about it.
Hmm. You mean Victoria Chmility?
Yeah. I believe she is very tall.
Hmm. Like the question is it a fortress with the pawn on g3?
Yeah. I mean, the rook is covering the third rank somewhat, so king of 3 is not possible at least. And after rook d2, maybe there's king e3, so that's probably not a problem.
Rook d2, king e3, rook g2, let's say. King d4, you're more or less obliged to play.
Yeah. And it's not possible to push f4 because of the bishop hanging.
Hmm.
So maybe you play bishop f3?
It will be a very, very long game, I expect, because
Mm-hmm.
then the pawns will go off the board and probably it will be rook plus bishop against the king and rook.
Mm-hmm.
Like the good thing is that they're already surpassed move 60, so there will be any sort of time increment, like apart from 30 additional seconds per each move. So the game
Mm-hmm.
won't last any longer than the time they have on the clock currently
Mm-hmm.
in total,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, I believe so too. But yeah, Ding has been spending quite some time. I mean, he had like, I don't know, like over almost like an hour advantage, I believe.
Hmm.
So he's been spending his time well though. So yeah, that's good time management at least. We have a question in the chat.
Hmm.
Will you be following any of the summer sports events like Tour de France or Wimbledon?
Well, finally we've got this topic of discussion. I just um I'm just adoring. Yeah, of course, I'm not very keen on tennis, but obviously I follow some like big like Grand Slam, starting from the quarterfinals or semifinals. Yes, I do. Tour de France, like the bicycle sport, is not something I'm like very familiar with. Obviously, I know some names of the teams. I know like famous Lance Armstrong, yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
well, like I'm more football and basketball fan, let's say.
Okay.
So I'm pretty much I'm I'm pretty well informed and like the Spanish league, English league, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So like in football, I can say I'm following it pretty closely.
Yeah, I don't really follow sports that much. Sometimes I follow football, but really rarely. Most of the times it's like for like the Dutch team, the
Yeah,
national team.
I'm wondering you might be a fan of oranges.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I'm not like. I mean, I obviously like I'm happy if we win, but if we lose, like
It's not a
I find
tragedy.
no, I actually find it like hilarious to see like people like being so visibly upset.
Yeah, yeah, that's about football fans. I agree.
I think it's pretty funny, and yeah, it makes me look pretty bad, but I think it's just generally funny because I mean, like, it's not like you were playing, you know, it's like you could have done anything about it, and
Hmm.
whatever happened, happened.
Yeah, yeah, obviously.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I don't really like care so much, but sometimes I watch it and enjoy it. It's fun, and if we win, it's nice. If we lose, unfortunate.
yeah, like the team of Netherlands is very strong nowadays.
Yeah, we've been pretty inconsistent. I feel like strong, and then like having a bad game, and then I don't know. I haven't been following it recently, but yeah, we had some good times.
Yeah, yeah. So regarding the sporting events, like I know there's the Roland Garros tournament ended quite recently,
Mhm.
I believe, with the victory of yeah, remind me who was the winner. Could it be Carlos Alcaraz from Spain, like the youngster,
Don't
like
tell me anything.
like 18 years old? Yeah, I believe. No, like
Mm.
he's a Spaniard. like
Hmm.
already the newspapers call him as a future Rafael Nadal, so
Oh
probably
wow.
he has a bright future.
It was Nadal?
No, no,
People
it was Carl.
saying
I
in the
believe
chat.
he was. Oh no, what was it? Nadal winning the tournament and Alcaraz winning the previous one.
Could be.
Yeah. So once again,
Oh,
I'm
he
not.
won some Masters.
Uh-huh.
Alcaraz won some Masters,
So it
someone
wasn't
says.
Grand Slam final. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, probably he
Wow.
won in Madrid. Yeah, it was a tournament in Madrid.
Very convenient.
Yeah, for him. Yeah, but he's like more. I believe he's Murcian. So yeah, but like Spain is not a very big country, but probably it's like maybe 800 kilometers from the like the far north to the top south.
Quite big for me.
Well, like in comparison to Netherlands, yes, it's big.
Yeah. I think like from for us it's max 300 kilometers or maybe 4, but I don't know, maybe I'm stretching it.
Hmm.
But I think like Groningen to Maastricht is like 300 kilometers.
Hmm. All right. Yeah, so like the summer is a very painful period for me because none of the championships are in progress because there is a break for the leagues. There is a break
Mm.
for the NBA, the basketball league, and there is pretty much nothing to follow. So you can only enjoy playing those kinds of sports. So like in Spain, I have a lot of opportunities playing basketball and football. Like the people are eager to do sports, and that's a great thing.
Wow. Yeah, that's cool.
Like what's going on in this position? Like Caruana played bishop c7. It looks so shaky now.
Yeah, and I see that the bar also dropped a little bit. Hmm. Is there some f4 possible with the rook d2 combined?
Well, f4 is sort of move that you make usually on move 50, unless just to avoid the 50 move rule. Yeah, I think we can try out the rook d2 check first, and just to define where the king goes.
Yeah, actually, you might be able to cut the king off. I mean, king e1 is followed by rook e2, so that's obviously not ideal. You'll be able to push the pawn forward.
Yeah, but pardon me, could it be just bet for white because there is another check, then after
Mm-hmm.
king d4 there is another check again,
Then king
and
d5.
after king c5 or king d5, now we have pretty much of a plan. So we have a plan. No, rook e7 is played. This is puzzling a bit.
He wants to play rook e2 instead.
He wants to play rook e2 and create some mating threads. That's clever indeed. Wow.
Hmm.
Well, that's a great idea, and it can easily turn out in the losing position for white.
Wow.
Like rook c2 can be met with bishop g3, and then we make a check and go bishop b5.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it feels like Caruana. Yeah, that's what I've told you. Like bishop g5 was a better decision than on my point of view. You just like most likely it's a drawish position. But then if you yield a little and then you've gotten some sort of trouble and you're lacking time and just exhausted because you have already spent 6 hours at the board, you can easily like lose even a drawish position.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's insane.
Like the tournament is like if Caruana loses this position, it's basically over for him.
Yeah.
Like he had +3, pardon me, yeah, he had +3. Then he lost once to, let me think, to Nakamura.
Hikaru, yeah, Hikaru.
Then he lost to Duda yesterday, and today he has white and he's losing to Ding. Like you never know how the tournament can yeah, can can carry on.
Yeah, that's pretty hurtful for Fabiano. He's been doing so well, and yeah, it seems like he hasn't been able to keep up towards the end. I mean, yeah, he has like he gets good positions, but he has trouble converting them, and I think today is another example of that. He had a great position throughout the game, and instead of converting it, he ends up in a losing position pretty much.
Hmm. Yeah, so obviously with this e7, e8, it was quite clear that he, like up to that time, he was nervous because rook
Hmm.
h8 was a clever move just to keep the tension on the board, but with no direct threats. So yeah, obviously before taking on e7, rook f1 probably would be a more fighting option and even
Hmm.
securing a big advantage for him. But then it was one crucial moment where he had to have a deep think and realize the possible like dangers of this position with two pawns versus three with opposite color bishops and rooks on board.
Hmm.
And like he couldn't really like evaluate the real danger of that sort of position, and it turned out into a nightmare.
Yeah.
Rook e2 king g1. Yeah, bishop d8 rook e2 king g1.
Oh, bishop d does not feel good.
Is it a mate?
So, are you thinking? Hmm.
Like king h3 looks tempting, but I don't see like how we carry on after like bishop g5. I'm wondering there is a check from g2. No, rook g2 is played first. That's a clever decision. Then he wants to play bishop g3 and attack g3 pawn to force black to be tied down to protect g3 pawn. That's clever.
So is he going to play bishop e2, bishop f3?
Yeah, that's the one of the ways to attack, or bishop g3 at once.
Oh yeah, bishop d3. Yeah, right. Oh, that looks really clever. It amazes me, Ding Liren's conversion skills. Like he is so patient and so accurate.
And Ding Liren currently having a very convincing streak. No, but pardon me. So he won in round 9, I believe, against. Let me think.
Was
Against
that Duda
Duda.
or
Yeah, I
Rapport?
think he
Yeah,
won against
Duda.
Duda.
Mm-hmm.
Then he made a draw with black pieces against Nepomnyashchy, if I'm not mistaken. Or yeah, I think it was against Yen.
Yeah,
And then he
possible.
won against um, Rapport, and now he's winning against Fabiano.
Wow, that is really
Yeah, that's
impressive.
impressive indeed. I mean, like he was heating up for a long time, but like fine, that's a pity for him. The tournament only lasts 14 rounds, and Nepomnyashchy having 8 out of 11 wouldn't be like in a safe position if the tournament
Mm-hmm.
would last a bit longer. So yeah, like now he's finally in the finest condition, like a single malt Scotch whiskey.
Game is over. Wow, he
He,
resigned
he
already.
resigned. Yeah, I mean, like the point being that Queen G3 is hanging, so you cannot really protect from the mate. The king is going nowhere. If you play Bishop D6,
You can simply play f4, right, and push the pawn.
can
It's
I
unstoppable.
really? Or maybe there is even a better decision to play King
Ah.
H3. Like you shuffle the bishop, I play Rook G2, and after King H1, I can even emphasize the threat playing Bishop Rook F2, and that's the mate.
Wow.
That's cute. That's cute indeed.
That is really pretty, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a
Yeah.
great game for Ding because he had a very unpleasant position since the very beginning when they moved to the like when Caruana would have played Rook F1 instead of Knight E7. like I don't pretend to tell the truth of the last instance, but like I claim rook f1 would be a very considerable option as well. And then he fought well and found a very nice chance to win the pawn, and then create big difficulties for Caruana himself and convert an extra pawn in the endgame. Pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
really impressive. This endgame was flawlessly played. The ideas he had, and he came up with them like it was nothing. Like he made it look way too easy. You know,
Hmm.
like it was not so easy to figure it out, the ideas, and he makes it look so easy. So yeah, he really deserves. Yeah, he deserves to have a better spot right now than being 1.5 point behind the leader.
Yeah, but of course, like Nepomnyashchy is performing in just an outstanding manner, and
Mm-hmm.
Ding performing quite convincingly in like last few rounds,
Yeah,
but
it's a bit too late.
unfortunately struggling in the very beginning. Still theoretically can reach Nepomnyashchy with a bit of luck.
Yeah, they're not facing each other anymore, right? So
No, they already played all of the
yeah,
games.
so it's gonna depend on the others.
Hmm. Yeah, so he needs a bit of luck, and still he has to rely on himself and continue playing the same way he does currently. So, but he's been very impressive and very strong last few games, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And just to remind you the results, Nakamura having just a normal game against Rapport. I believe it was a Sveshnikov, and Rapport equalized in a way. Firouzja losing a very complex game to Nepomnyashchy and proving the fact that it's not a good idea to play the blitz till the early morning. Radjabov drawing against Duda, a very smooth game without any sort of mutual chances, just no chances for both of the players. And Dink winning in a thriller against Fabiano Caruana, scoring his second consecutive win in the tournament, and Fabiano suffering second consecutive loss. And we've got little adjustments in the cross table, and Ding is up to the clear second place. With 6.5, Nakamura with 6, Fabiano fell down to 50% score, and Nepomnyashchy was an just outrageously outstanding performance, 8 out of 11.
Absolutely. So it's still going to be somewhat interesting to see what is going to happen in the next few rounds, because the question will be, well, how Nepo's game will be like. Will he be able to continue making very simple and safe draws, or are his opponents going to make it very difficult for him? Because if he loses the next 3 games, I mean, there is a chance, and then things could be ending very differently. So, but okay, we're talking here about the worst case scenario, and that's not likely to happen. But I'm still curious to see what's going to happen in the next few rounds.
Yeah, without a doubt, it will be a great time.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
All right, I believe it's with a little feeling of a sorrow and with a heavy heart, we have to say goodbye for today, being on our duty for 6.5 hours. And we like to thank Anna-Maja Kazarian for being with us. Unfortunately, I believe it's the last day of her
True. This.
and enjoying our great commentary squad, and looking forward to see you there ASAP. So yeah, have a good time, and thanks Anna Maya for being with us.
Yeah, it was a pleasure working together with the team and working together with you, Daniil. I'll be looking from the side now, but it was a pleasure and I really enjoyed it. So yeah, thank you so much for the good times.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
Thank
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
you
See
so much for
you
watching,
tomorrow,
everyone.
3 p.m. European time, Paris, Berlin, Madrid, any city you live in, Netherlands, Spain, and whatever. You know the time. Round,
Same time, same place.
yeah, round 12 of Candidates Tournament 2022, Madrid tomorrow, 3 p.m. Goodbye.